Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian. I'm the Novice Prospect, and we are back to coding today. Bit of a longer stream today. We've got a few things to do, and let's just see how we get to it. Let me first off lay on some tracks, shall we? So, right, maybe do something a bit like this, just general heart style, and yes. So we basically finished off. Let me go and close that console. We finished off chapter 20. We are now at the part where, wow, that's a bit too hard. um, we're now at the point where essentially we are customizing our UI to make it more game-like, and then we will basically get into making the actual game mechanics work, completing the game thusly, shaders, could be interesting to look at that, and then packaging the game up. And I have also prepared something for later. Let me not virtual or Oracle VirtualBox seemed to be the easier solution. Let me go and fire up this guy and say I don't need you anymore, and we make you float as a matter of fact. Wrong window. But we have a Windows machine here, and I want to basically later on go and prove essentially that we can run our software on Windows. Basically got a profile prepared here with just the VMs where I can quickly sort of deploy a new machine. But yes, something like this. So we have a VM here, and I've made it so that, hope this is all showing up nicely. That I can basically access a drive on my host machine from which we can just pull the software. Now, as you may notice, there is nothing installed on this machine. There is no Edge, there is no Firefox, nothing like that. We will basically go through even how to go from a what I call a Tiny 11 naked build to a functional desktop, right? Well, we'll go through that, and what I'll quickly do actually just we'll just save the machine, right? We don't even need to shut it down. We can just leave it sitting there. If anyone is interested in how that setup works, let me know down in the comments or in chat, and we can easily do a session on that at some point. Anyways, we are currently chapter 21. Let's understanding GAM's customization system. So they have a container hierarchy. We've sort of spoke about this yesterday with units relative to children, percentage of children, absolute relative parent. Yeah. Let's just follow this through. Oh, animation chains. Okay. Right, okay, this is essentially what we've already done with the sprite animations, but you can do it with buttons and change their state by like going over. You could change the color, for example. So we have a new texture atlas, and we're gonna say is that a link though? Yes, it is a link. So save link as we'll start with, oh god, no, not save link as copy link is what I want. And we shall go into slime dodger assets images, and we will rm atlas png because we will now go and grab this new one, which is decidedly different. Oh, gosh darn it. What was changed in core? We don't even need that. That doesn't need to be a thing. Honestly, it's unimportant. So let's discard that change. I was just experimenting yesterday. Git stash. Okay. Did we ever merge 20? I feel like I did But yeah, chapter 20 it looks closed, right? If we now just check out the actual main one, load. Yesterday added vsync support and CLI parameters. That's not what I need to know. 20 hours ago. Game scene chapter. Main chapter 20. I want to just try and see what happens if we try and merge. Like, I imagine it should fail. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We were good. So I just need to clean up, basically saying git checkout main git pull. We should now be up to date. So let me confirm by looking at what would be a good. I mean, we have our scenes that was integrated. I imagine we were literally where we need to be. So let's git checkout. Make a branch if necessary. Chapter 21. I imagine my chat is my stream is good, right? I have no issues here. I believe everything is good. Right. We're now in chapter 21. Let me go and git stash pop. And now we can finally concentrate on what we're needing to do. So the first thing that changed is the atlas itself. Let's look at this now. This is decidedly bigger. So obviously we're going to need to start our map from somewhere else. That means the atlas definition is going to change. I want to say I find it interesting in how the letters are organized. There must be a reason. And why don't we go and look at this? Yes, we know this part. So the actual atlas changed as well. So let's go on. This is the atlas definition, right? Right. Be interesting to learn about making our own sprite fonts maybe at some point in the future, right? Because, well, it's not a sprite font. This is what's called a. I've got a different name for that. Bitmap font. So, and basically the reason we need to do that is because GUM UI doesn't really support using sprite fonts. By the way, I did remember yesterday when we were talking about UIs, the UI I was referring to is ImGUI. That's sort of a very generic yeah, basically this allows you to slap on a UI onto almost anything. I think there's a C# version for this as well, but doesn't really matter in this context. It was just I remember. Anyways, we have a new atlas definition. Let's just go and replace our atlas definition and let the formatter do its thing. We then have a tilemap definition that also needs changing. And it's literally just one line that changes. It's the actual tile set where we basically say where we start and end. No, only just where we start. So we're basically just 260 pixels over. And then our grid size is still the same, 80 by 80. The map hasn't changed, so that's all fine. And basically, if we want to quickly maybe look at the atlas definition, the regions have changed here because obviously our X and Y positions for the actual sprites have changed, but we also now have, and then let's maybe look at that again, asset. We also have button assets here. So I imagine that's these here. Like this is our sort of now UI elements starting to appear. Nice, you know. So maybe we should just push that as, or commit that as our first change. Updated assets, right? Assets to include bitmap font and also what's the other one? Amended texture atlas and tile set definitions to reflect the new positions. Something like that, right? Yes, please sign up. And yes, publish this out. Right, so that takes us to that part. Let me actually change a bit here. Something like that. Now we're adding a bitmap font, and this is where what I was referring to. GUM uses Angel Code bitmap font file format. This means we will need to supply GUM with the font file that defines our font. Create fonts with the bitmap font generator. So what does that look like? Of course, we're gonna have some other app, and I imagine this is a X only, like Windows stuff only. It looks very Windows-ish. We could probably run this in a VM if we needed to. But good to know that there's resources for that already sort of pre-made. This will copy the link, goes into the fonts, right? Slime acids, no fonts. wget that font file, and then we need to add it into our MGCB editor. Where is assets? If I right click, then we can do this. Then we can basically say add an existing item, which is just there's the font file, open that. Make this a copy action, and then we build it, right? So when the font file was generated using the graphics from the PNG file that it produced were copied over to our existing texture atlas. By doing this, it allows GUM to render the visuals for elements and the texture from the same atlas, reducing texture swapping. Font file references our existing texture atlas using a relative path that points to the atlas image. The best practice when using this method is to ensure that when you copy the graphics from the generated PNG file to your texture atlas, you place the generated character glyph glyph graphics in the top left of your texture atlas. This means all of the coordinates in the font file will correctly reference the character glyphs without additional manual changes. Right, okay, this is why they had to do that top left alignment. Right, it makes sense now. Let me go and say, first off, we obviously save this and then we go clean and build. God dang it. So yes. What we would need to do now is look at what the change set is here. What WOG1 extension requires us to IntelliSense for C++. We don't need this right now. Shushed. I will do it in a minute because that one is bugging me there. You know, any notification I need rid. Added new sprite. Yeah, added new bitmap font. Bitmap font and two assets. Assets and pipeline. Well, no, it's not actually added to the pipeline. It's just in assets. It's just compiled in there. So, boom. Sync that up. Fantastic. We now update the texture region class to do new things. Let us consider this. Let me graphics texture region class. We need new properties. Okay, those are simple enough. Okay, I will just add them as they are. Hey, Ronnie, nice to see you. So we can basically right here before the constructor we'll say, hey, basically what we've added is top texture coordinate, basically saying where does the texture for the region start, the bottom, the left, and the right, and we calculate this by taking the source of the entire where's the source rectangle? This for the entire region, for the entire texture, and divide it by the texture height and the texture, yeah, by the texture height for the coordinate. Just that we just take the bottom and yeah. Just a bit of easy mathing. Now we need custom UI components. Okay. So first off, shave. Aru, where is source control? Amended texture region to hold normalized coords for textures, gum specific, right? Done. Okay, so we're now starting to change our main project a little bit. So let's push this up. Excuse you. Push. Push. Well, why no push? Yes, push. Right, we now go into our main app. We build a UI and element somewhere. So we have scenes, new folder, UI, and in there we'll make an animated class. Sure. New file, animated button.cs. This belongs in namespace slimedodger.ui, and this is probably a public class. No, it's an internal class. Oh yeah, think about it. You're staying in the same fucking namespace. You're not even exporting anything. Class animated button. Thank you. Like that, and then this is already a constructor, I think. Let me go and put in the documentation, yeah. CTOR this public animated button takes in a texture atlas, okay. Atlas. So each forms controller has a general visual property that has properties shared by all control types. This visual type matches the forms type. It can be casted to access control specific properties. Okay, interesting. So button visual button visual equals, so cast, this is where we're casting this is why we thought they're saying that. Button visual no, I'm gonna just add quickly the needed monogame, the needed usings or imports, if you will. So if we go and do this, we can just go and continue for now, and then get this bootstrapped. The width is relative to children with extra padding. Height is fixed. Let's see. Button visual dot height is 14 float. Oh, 14F. Yeah, 14 float. Okay, whatever. Height units is okay. This is where we're saying dimension type absolute. This is absolute positioning, so not related to any parents or children. Fair enough. Do we need to type all this? Oh, this is literally just bootstrapping some UI. Okay, let me just honestly say this. We can just dump in because we're setting the width here same as we done for the height, except for the width being relative to children, which makes sense because if you want to align buttons in a row on the same plane, you would have the child somehow, or somehow containerize that. Gets a reference to the 9-slice background to display the button graphics, and 9-slice allows the button to stretch while preserving corner appearance. Okay. My God, this is a lot of code for bloody just a UI element, if I'm being honest. Um, uh, I mean, wow. Well, basically making a new text instance here for this UI element called with the text start. We give it some coloration. We use a custom font file, which gets copied into our where our binary lives anyways, so that makes sense. Then we grab a texture region from our texture atlas called unfocused button. Animation chain. Get the multi-frame animation for the focus button state from the atlas. This all seems incredibly convoluted for just making a little game UI, if I'm being honest, but sure. You are still not happy with something. Are we? Okay, they're actually going through some of this. Let's go and actually follow this explanation. First, I think because I may have fucky-wuckied that implementation. Let's just copy this entire block and say Control A, Control V, but it will obviously fail on one thing because this thing here is called actually Novice Game Library. Right. But they are explaining some of this. So let's go through. As mentioned earlier, we first access the visual object and cast it to a button visual. Doing so gives us access to button-specific properties, including individual elements such as the text and background visuals, as well as states that are applied when the button is hovered or pressed. I think that a lot of this, by the way, is going to be completely abstracted away once we're moving over to Godot. That's why I'm choosing not to spend too much time here, because this is all background stuff that we really don't care too much about right now. 9-slice background provides a background which we can modify. This is a type 9-slice runtime, which is a special graphic that can be stretched while preserving its corner and edges. Texture address property is set to custom, so we can specify exactly which portion of the texture atlas to use, while doc fill ensure the background fills the entire button area. Pardon you. This is how we set the text animation change. Honestly, I'm not going to. Honestly, option slider. This is just going to be something that we're going to literally just dump in again. Honestly, I'm not fighting this. So new file. This is an options slider.cs. Right. Let me just go through this. Slider components. Oh God, just not. Okay, now we're getting to updating the scenes to use those custom controls. Next, update both the options and options back button to be field animation types. So we need to go and change our title scene first. So this is fine. This is fine. Title scene. Let's go. Animated button. Wait, which one? The options button needs to be now of type animated button. Nope. No. Something like that. And the options back button, right, is also an animated button. Boom. Then reference to texture atlas we can pass to the element UI elements. That's fair. That you're going to need that. Well, we'll see that obviously happening actually in Godot as well, but we'll get there. Okay. Then in node content, what am I doing? Why can I not just, click on, wait, title, scene, where's my, yeah. Load content, let's go there, and essentially load us a new atlas, okay? Is texture atlas from file core dot content, and it's called images slash atlas definition.xml. Remember, because this isn't really part of the content pipeline, it just gets copied into the output of the entire game. Essentially, we need to refer to it by its entire name, whereas things that go through the pipeline, like audio and normal pictures, you just refer to them by the name without the extension. So create title panel. Start button and options button are now actually animated buttons, which means we need to use this constructor instead. And obviously we need to pass in our atlas, which means options button knows already what it is. Okay. I am curious about. Oh no, that's already defined up there. What am I doing? This is fine. Where was? Yeah, it's a new animated button getting the texture atlas passed in, and then create options panel has essentially the same exact thing. Where is the slider? This is an options slider. Right, which is a new options slider. Probably also getting a texture atlas, but we'll see how the constructor behaves once we have finished it. And yeah, needs the texture atlas. Oh, wait, what? Yes. New. Oh, okay. No, things are different there. So at root text runtime, slide anchor, all that changes. So let me see if we can music slider anchor, so everything up to there.
Sorry.
Yeah, but it's fine. Right, that's a new field because a new we're now seeing somewhere options in our nice font. Cool. That makes sense. Basically, we had the wrong library imported there. So that's the music slider. The got music options panel, add child options slider, music slider. Yes. And then we have the options back button.
Oh, we've got YouTube messages.
Oh my goodness. Oh, hello, Godsey. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I really am bad with my notifications on YouTube not going through. How are you doing? Um, I'm just following a tutorial here at the moment for Monogame. The plan is actually to just finish this tutorial to try and get a completed product, but I want to move over to Godot. Godot Mono, to be fair, but yes, I do really apologize. Bad streamer, me. Hmm? Hmm. Um, so that's the options slider for the sound effects that we're now needing to work on. Why are you complaining? No ability. Yeah, don't care. Bias FX slider is not this is a new options slider. Basically exactly what I'm doing is like in my case, I have literally grabbed the tutorial for Monogame on docs.monogame.net, as you can see here. And I'm just following the tutorial and trying to learn by reading. The whole point for me is to not use AI and just get answers pre regurgitated, as it were, but actually learn how things work underneath. So so this we're going to make an options slider properly, but you will want an atlas, our texture atlas that we made. Then the options back button is a new animated button that also needs an atlas. Yeah, but no, I honestly just always recommend tutorials. Oh, naming error there. And I believe that is that. We just need to now work through the game scene. Right? We'll just jump over. And essentially we start with let's jump up. We have an animate got where's it? Animated button, resume button. Where's the resume button? Am I in the right? Yes, I am. Was a good coffee that.
I will go make coffee.
And then you'll probably want an import, grabbing our own UI implementation there for the animated button, and then the texture. We need a reference to the texture atlas. I'm just gonna dump this right under here, under this UI sound effects. Always good, by the way, always good. I don't have one handy right now, but I did actually start my journey with a Java book and coding for dummies, believe it or not. Yes, absolutely. But why not? And the biggest hint I can give in the beginning, if you don't really have a development environment, just make notes somewhere. Just write things down to try and reiterate them for yourself. And once you have a dev environment, just follow along. Just code along and see what happens. Change things. Okay. May I ask why you want to go that specific direction? I have literally just sort of discussed this with myself the other day. Not on stream. This was sort of an offline conversation I was having with myself. But I'm really partial to C#. I really like the language. I'm comfortable with it. I understand it. I can read it. I can parse it. And then I was asking myself, if I really want performant things, shouldn't I do C and C++ things? But here's the truth on the matter. Do I really want to deal with memory management? Do I want to be responsible for memory leaks, for getting a free after, initialization somewhere down the chain? And, I actually had to answer myself with an honest no, I don't. If I want to just do game stuff and maybe maybe do some physics simulation, that's what I'm really interested in, then I don't think I really need to understand right now how memory management works and how garbage collectors can be a detriment. I don't care. Abstract that all away from me just now, okay? And let me just figure out how to do the basic math on how to figure out if two circuits intersect. Like this took me about an hour on stream the other day just to figure that out, right? But I feel like aiming for myself anyways, aiming for that C++ element has no added benefit if I'm already getting sort of to the effect that I want to be at. If that makes sense. But I mean, all the more power for you if you want to go there. Absolutely, do it. I'm just you gotta ask yourself, why do you want to go and maybe add that extra overhead also mentally when you have to deal with the entire program and game, right? Just putting it out there. Let me in the game scene find load content. And we have our texture atlas.
I'm making coffee, not all.
But we already have that. Why would I need to do that again? Oh, right. Okay, so instead of that we'll just but store in our variable. That's all we're doing there, and then the slime is atlas. From there, that's all we're doing here. Call that red line debugging. Anytime you see a red line, you fix it. And then create pause panel methods so that the background of the pause panel now uses a 9-slice runtime. Yeah, oh god. Create pause panel. Let's go and find that quickly. I hate UI stuff, if I'm being honest. I absolutely hate it and detest it. But it's fine. So create pause panel. We need a new texture region. And this is all before the actual paused element. It looks like we're removing this colored rectangle. And instead, yeah. Okay, we're doing it this way. Okay, we're doing it with a 9-slice. Using GUM managers. Well, you get polymorphism in C# as well. You can do inheritance. You can do abstract things, interfaces. You can do all that stuff there. And this is, again, please don't understand me wrong here. This is not me saying you should learn C#. By God, no, 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 no. You learn whatever language you are most comfortable with, and if you want to dive into that hellhole, absolutely. I would probably would make one recommendation though. Use Clang instead of GCC, right? Or LLVM, that entire infrastructure. Nothing against new software foundation, nothing against that. I just find the LLVM sorry, Clang compiler more expressive and more helpful. And then especially if you pair that with CMake, it's beautiful. I would just say I I find big one extra, baby. I find GCC syntax confusing at times, but it's more the lack of real feedback on what went wrong. It's a personal taste thing. You know that I think choosing compilers is as much of a personal taste as choosing editors. Right, let's just be absolutely clear. Yes, I'm using VS Code here, but on a terminal I use Emacs. Shoot me. I could choose Vim, I could choose Nano, I could choose Kate if I wanted something with a GUI. um, I just find that Clang has more expressive error messages and points to nicer at where things went wrong and why. Again, it's a personal preference thing, and you couldn't give two hoots really in what I say. Like this, I've done tech support for 40 years, well 30 years, sorry. Yeah, nearly 30 years now. And I just found different tools that worked for me quite well, and I'm happy with them. Right, I've tried a lot in my time. I've started my journey on old DOS systems. I've Thank you. I have installed DSL routers on single floppy full PC installations where essentially you had a web server, you had a web interface for managing your router and all that. Yes, I mean, optimization, isn't that just dark arts by now? Right. I mean, look at the fact, I know we're not doing any programming here at the moment, but I mean, look at the fact that if you do an if statement or you do a switch case statement or you do anything like that, half the time the compiler breaks it out into the same construct anyways. The same is true for even for loops sometimes. A compiler could absolutely decide to take a very short for loop and just break it into some weird if thing. Like we have no real control there, and I think to think otherwise, whether you choose Clang, the GCC, or TinyCC, I don't know. You might as well just go with Zig then at that point. You might as well just learn. At least you've got everything sort of in one binary compile together, right? Or God forbid you learn Rust. We're just not talking about that. Sorry, I do like to carry on sometimes. Anyways, let's carry on with we've got that new text region. We now need to change our paused text to be derived from a text, and I'm just gonna say this, that, bish, bash. Oops. Copy, paste. Thank you. Resume button is now an animated button. Oh, yes, it of course needs an atlas passed in, or texture atlas, I should say. Can we please be explicit here and say this is an animated button? New animated button And I am actually realizing I could have saved myself a whole bunch of initializations. Yes, can we do this globally? Shit. Yes, fix all. Oh God, we're going to do this. Oh, nice one. Thank you, Milk Games. Thank you so much. That's much appreciated. You haven't done anything with that. I haven't seen any code change. This still looks the fucking same. Can we do this again? Oh, no, no, no. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. But we can even then make it even simpler. Right, right, right. Because we're saying here this variable, quit button, is already of type animated button. We're not being yeah, we're not being implicit. We're not letting the compiler guess. We're actually saying this is what it is. We can actually just say make a new something. There's basically new animated button, but we can sort of save ourselves a lot of typing work here. And I could have probably done the same up here, and it did not. I think that's something I will refactor off stream. That's just a lot of going through and finding instances. No real need to, right? But I think we should have the UI ready. Let me go and save the entire lot and say, hey, implement new animated button and options slider UI elements. I did say. Oh my god, already. No, no, it can't be that time already. um, six unsaved files. I want to start. We're going to finish my book. OpenGL, I don't know about books specifically. What I would recommend is SDL. SDL. Honestly.
Only failure showed up.
Unfunny failure had. Also, unfunny failure. Three things. Why NeoVim? No, I like my Emacs. Thank you very much. And we're not starting a religious war here, but I literally have an Emacs client spooling up as I boot my machine. So, you know, and I like my Waybar the way it is, honestly. So for those not in the know, obviously we're looking at my desktop setup here, right, which is Hyperland, and it comes in different components. So, like my launcher, for example, it's called Wofi, WOFI, and the thing at the top that gives me my volumes, gives me my IP address local, and what have you not, it's called Waybar. It's literally a software that just starts on its own, and so forth. Anyways, and the plan is to go learn Monogame first because I wanted to understand a lot of basic game concepts. I have no clue. I didn't even understand half the bloody math that was involved in the Monogame tutorial to start with. I did get it eventually, but you know it was hard going. Before I jumped into something that gave me all the game things without understanding what those game things do. So that's why I went Monogame first. But hopefully, even today, we will finish this off. We're fairly close, actually. and then go to Godot and make something similar, or follow a tutorial, try and understand the UI and all that. I've never done any of this. I'm a tech support guy. Anyways, guys, for those that are new to my channel, it is actually unfortunately my break time. I take a break every hour on the hour. It gives me a chance to stand up, stretch, all that, get maybe a new brew or whatever. And I won't be long, 3 to 5 minutes. Um, yes, yes, yes. Thanks. See, I had a plan to this whole learning journey. I actually started off making a very simple, very stupid. Let's quickly revisit that. I am quite proud of the fact that I made this even in the first place. Stream calculator. Oh God, this may actually not run because I was experimenting. Also, I want to just quickly observe the fact that I'm using a makefile to run .NET projects. Make run. I just find it easier to do like cleanups over project-wide things in a makefile sort of config where then just run a little bit of say times 2 minus 3 minus 4. I don't know, something, right? This was my first learning project. Basically learning, okay, how do computers do this? And I think I was working on this and I broke it, obviously. There is a working version on my codebook. If you follow along, if you click the link on my follow along link, you'll find the other repo there. But it was the whole thing of taking our infix notation that we use normally and then turning it into postfix, understanding why we do that. And as I say, I obviously broke something in that process when I was trying to fix it for multi-digits because so far my software was only supporting single digits. But anyways, neither here nor there. Time for my break before I go really, really overdue. We're going to test this chapter after I come back, see if it runs, if it builds, it ships, right? And then we're going to work on implementing the snake game mechanics. With that, I shan't be long. See you all soon. And with that, I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Gotzi, I want to give you one big piece of advice if you want to learn Unreal Engine. I'm not going to stop you. I'm not going to say don't do it. Learn optimization. You really need to understand optimization well, because I have seen so many titles on Steam that, yes, Unreal produces gorgeous, gorgeous games. But if you don't optimize well, you will absolutely take even modern machines and put them to their knees. So basics is one thing, but the minute you go into one of these, specifically Unreal Engine, because it obviously, if you use C++, they are not the Unreal script stuff or whatever it's called. You need to understand exactly how you may want to offload this to the GPU and all this, right? I think Unity is maybe a good choice as well. If I don't know if it has C++ integration or not, but anyways, I'm just going to show quickly here a working version of my calculator. What I did is basically just took my changes, stashed them on Git stash, put them away, and just went back to my normal main branch. And so we have got this expression, right? In brackets 3 plus 3, then out of with the brackets plus times 2 minus, and then in brackets again 3 minus 4. And you see it actually tokenizing it. And then we do what's called a postfix token order, because we need to just basically make sure we do all the operations in the right order. And what it's doing is saying, okay, we'll first make 3 plus 3. We add 2 to it, right, to the result of that. No, sorry, we times that times 2, and then we take 3, 4 minus, and then negate that again. May well be, yeah. In that case, I can also recommend SFML. There we Bless you. I actually bootstrapped very quickly something last night, but it is very apparent to me that C++ is for me just out with my entire just experience and what I'm comfortable with. And you know that there's that as well still. But yeah, so it's then in turn this mathematical expression and is calculated. And if we go through it for ourselves, maybe, so we've got 6, and on that side we've got -1 on this side, right? Minus 1, which, so 6 times 2, 12. Minus 1 is actually +1, so yeah, 13 is exactly right. So you know it's done exactly that. Whereas in my old operation, oh, it doesn't matter. In the old version, I didn't even have that. Anyways, so yeah, but I would always recommend, if you want to learn any language, start progressively. Start with something very small, hello world, and maybe just get user input. What's your name? Hello, user. Yes, yes, it does. It does. First, I'm going to sync up those changes, and then I'm going to do a make clean and make run. Oh, we're in the wrong directory. That's why. Good grief. Make. Can you type, Sebastian? Can you do that? Thank you. But yes, I weirdly use a make file for building my .NET projects. Sue me. It works for me beautifully, actually. Okay, we succeeded with 31 warnings. We have new UI looking. Let me go and pause the music. Music no pause. Yeah. Oh. Did something wrong there? No, I think they did this on purpose if we just copy and paste it. But yes, we also have working scoring and detection of collision. So we are bound within this box. Sweet. We have a pause screen where we can resume or quit. And with escape, we are back out. Nice. Let's go and fix this bug because I'm sure they're going to tell you, oh, in case, and you may have noticed, let's go and find this ourselves. So this is in the, was this in the pause screen? Oh my goodness, Raving Mad Games, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. How are you doing, my friend? And actually, I'm gonna just replace me. There it is. So. Oh, I'm sure it'll get better. Hey, the further down you are, the further up it has to go. Title text element. Let me run that again because I need to see where the text was wrong and actually what should be there. But no, nice to see him. Let me go out and turn down the music and the effects. Thank you. So, oh yes, music, SFX. And also this doesn't seem aligned right. Let's look at that as well. But so the sound or sound effects. This is just formatting. This one, yeah. Control Shift I, get that nicely formed. Oh yeah, that looks actually nice. I can see that. It's fine. Don't worry. I love my lurkers as much as my chatters. That's how it goes. I'm looking for sound. No. This actually looks decidedly different. Title scene is wrong, I think, as well. Pause, resume, quit. Two seconds here. I feel like I've mucked up the title screen. So this is create options. Where are we? Options slider. Let me go and find the. Oh, I'm not in here. Exactly. Dink, dink, dink. Not today, no. No, Von is taking a day off, which is why my stream is going to be a little bit longer today, actually. Where is title scene? Let's start there. I'm just going through the instructions. Yeah, what I forgot. So this create title panel. This is in the title scene. Create title panel. Animated start button. Yep. New animated button for options. Yep. That is fine. And then in the create options, where is it? That should be there. Text runtime, options text, options, use custom font, true. Might be interesting to see the output of no, not stream calculator, learning monogame, where the binaries are, if we have font set in them, or if it just reverted to the other text shardless. Slime dodger, bin, assets, fonts. Yeah, there's things copied. So the fonts are there. Yeah, that all looks as it should. Okay. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. And child options text. Okay, options slider, music slider, new. Name text. Yes, then the SFX slider has the same basically applied. Wait a minute. Wait just a minute. Options, yes. I hate UI. I hate making UIs in general. It's always painful. It's always unnecessary. But sure. I don't think we need this label here anymore. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Nope. Then we have the options slider, which has two things missing. Haha. Then there's a new animated button taken in the atlas. Yep. That is already that's hopefully now improved the game title scene. Let's go and confirm. And as a matter of fact, before I do that, what did I change in option slider? No, seriously, what did I change? Okay, that's just a formatting change, mostly, right? Okay. So fixed wrong text on options slider. Option slider. Title. And title scene has essentially now fixed mist, properties and values. You can, but it's considered unsafe. So, and what I mean with that, if I just look this up quickly, I just remember something in the back of my mind. C# pointers, pointer types. You can do it, but you need to essentially declare your code as where's the as unsafe. So you have a code block that you say is unsafe, where you basically tell the compiler, hey, I don't want you to actually look at this and just assume I know what I'm doing. And you have an end pointer here from this int array, containing 5 values. So there's your pointer to that array, and pointer stuff. We're right-lining content and then making a line. So I'm assuming we're outputting each element. All right, okay, here's output 3 at a time, apparently. Right? But yes, you absolutely can do it. Just, nah. Again, this is why I choose to use C#, because all that stuff is abstracted away from me. Sorry, let me go and make this commit, get this commit out. In title scene, properties and UX, I guess. And so that should end up here on Codeberg. It's like GitHub, but it's more open source and freer, if you will. Actually, I should have just made a new pull request for now. But anyways, let's get rid of you for a minute and let's see if it ships, it builds, right? Make clean, and make run. Just realized I could have made that maybe a bit bigger for you. Go and sync that out, by the way. Okay, still don't look right. We're meant to look like this, so we're meant to have a different font unless I... we'll go through it, it's fine. We've done the game assets, we've done the texture regions. Did I? Spürst du die Hast du die Welt? Where's maps? There. Images, Atlas definition, bat animation, and yeah, there's a focus button animation. That's definitely there. So I haven't forgot that part, and this part should have literally just changed in terms of where every texture starts or where every sprite starts, and that looks all correct. So that I did right. The tile set pretty much the same, I imagine, right? Where is yeah, time up definition starting at 260 and 08080. Yeah, that's nothing special there has changed. All very good. We've added the font. We need to know the coordinates, all right, because that worked. Button animation, good point. Yes, button animations seem to work. You know, like we have definitely something going on. Also, UI fixed in options. I like. You still work as expected. Resume, quit. They look better, but the font's still not right. So let's go through this one more time. That's the animated button. We have that. It's literally right there. That was just copy and pasted as one big blob. Yeah, that's just null reference stuff. We assume this to be working as it should. The options slider is working because we've seen it work. Uh, That's all fine. I'm just reading through it again, but then we have the options slider, which we know, as I say, works. We also fixed title scene. I mean, we'll have our atlas here, which contains these nice looking characters, right? This is what we should be drawing from. So title scene right here. Let's it's an animated button that we've made that into this same as we've added the texture atlas to refer to. Then we go into load content. It's really hard to say. Like I've always sort of dabbled around, I want to say, as a script kiddie, if you want to call it that, you know, and just if I needed something that I felt I was repeating myself over and over and again doing, maybe come up with a quick PowerShell thing or a batch file or a bash script slash zetch, whatever. Always sort of dabbled, I want to say, for the last maybe 10 years or so, but I've never programmed and made a project of any size. Most things were single file. um, but you know, sort of in the meantime, I've watched a lot of YouTube, I've read a lot of documentation, I've experimented over and over again with different sort of little bootstraps of, I don't know, like Avalonia UI is a C# thing where you can make a cross-platform UI for Linux, Windows. It just runs anywhere. So like playing around with that, but never much as I say, making a project and trying to show off the progress of it, or lack thereof, as it were. So our atlas was saying we're loading a texture atlas from file, and this is going through our core library's content manager, saying, oh, yeah, images atlas definition, right? Okay. Then in create title panel, and that's where I've obviously went wrong somewhere. We have a complete new panel to put stuff into, which is our main container, so to speak. And we're saying animated button is a start button, and we'll pass an our atlas into it. I'm a fan of automation, if I want to say that. I've done a lot in Docker Compose, like running my own game servers, my own Git T, GitLab, my own CI workers, Proxmox. I've had a big instance running for that for about 2 years. So I've gathered a lot of Linux experience and just sort of general exposure to this world.
You need a drink, right?
This is all fine.
You hungry? You hungry? You can open that. But you're lazy. It's snowing.
Again, nice. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to parse through all the code here and see where it could have possibly went wrong. Key left, key right, handle tab, tab direction up, drop down. Okay, so we can, the keyboard input is handled here. I have a feeling for that. Out of there. Start button. Where? Start button width gets removed. We'll only have X, Y, and then comes the text. Ah.
On your phone.
Okay, there's that. Let's check through the options panel as well again. There it gets initialized when making new text in that font. Add it as a child to options panel. Then we have the slider for the music. So we have anchor with Y, minimum, maximum value. Small change, large change, handle music slider value changed, and options panel art child. Yes, that makes sense. Next. This seems pretty much the same. So they need name and text, both of them, and then options back button is a new animated button with atlas and text back anchored to the bottom right. This seems fine. Okay. Game scene one more time, just for good measure. We let's make sure we have a resume button. Resume button, animated button, yes, and we need our texture atlas, yes, then load content. Atlas texture, atlas from file, yes, slime animation, slime scale. Create animated sprite, yes, right, this should have worked. This did work because otherwise we wouldn't have seen our two entities appearing in the game. So no need to further dig into that. And so create pause panel, okay. Then we have a texture region, we have a 9 slice runtime thing for the background doc fill. That was directly copied in. Then we have a text instance, text paused, custom font file, yes, use custom font, yes. And then add that instance to the pause panel, right? Yes. Then what next? Text runtime. Yeah, pause has a custom font set, yes. Resume button is a new animated button which takes an atlas in. Let's clean that up. Anchor bottom left, 9F minus 9F, yes, all that good stuff. Still perfect. And then we have a cut button. Anchor bottom right, 9F, or the minus and minus 9F both, and then added to the pause panel, yes. Shall we make sure everything's saved? I think it should be. Fixing remaining styling issues, I want to call it. Right, buffed. Yes, sign please. Make clean, make run. If it builds the chips, okay, that looks even worse. Fuck you too. I mean, the buttons are there, but they're not styled. Shall we maybe try and recompile the asset pipeline? Debugging, the most fun part. See what you think of that. Can't say if something has changed or not. Shall we? It still builds something. No, you're not. You're not. Excuse you? Options. So if I click options, it's fine, but if I tab and enter, it assumes start. Huh? Same for start, so there's at least consistent behavior. Space. Space. So start must just be like a start game, enter, I mean. But okay, so that part works. Just, yeah, these buttons ain't right. I think we can all agree that this looks distinctly different. Okay, this is gonna bug me for the rest of my stream. So let's just restart, please. Oh, it's not even VS Code. Let's need restarted. Even better. Even better. No, but seriously, what in the effing F? Fonts. There's the font file. This is the.
Go in there.
So okay. I mean, there's no naming issue here, but interesting enough, the font file actually references our atlas directly, which is called atlas.png, and it is in one directory up, images, atlas.png, so it's in the correct position. Right, this is our texture atlas. We're gonna need to step through that and see how that unwraps. Okay. Need to think about a good breakpoint to find. I figure as we try and do title scene, let me look at the existing functions here. What do we have? Title scene, like create title panel. I feel like once we can sort of get in here and then just, yeah. Like the minute you try and make a panel, let's look at our variables in that way. Run debug. Are you gonna automatically hit that? Oh, we have another breakpoint somewhere. Let's just get rid of that one. Why? There should be no breakpoint here. Yeah, I was gonna say. Right. Yeah, let's step into it. Oh, where are you? Well, okay, you're going to be paused right now because you only played so much of the music until the game was really halted, I suppose. Okay. I guess so far no point really to really evaluate much variable stuff. Let me step over is not F10, yes, I always get those two wrong. So we'll step over this. You heard a bit of music there, so we will get this occasionally as we step further through. Yes. Button. There's your text. There's your handle, and now let's evaluate variables, locals, and we have the start button. So we have a position for it, which is wired to the anchor. Anchored to the wireframe. There's no ignored keys for that. That's probably fair. It's the. I need to see if it has an atlas attached. So here's our visual property. Animations are empty, which is. We do have a background on it from our 9-slice runtime as defined. That sounds about right. Unfocused animation. This all looks actually like it should output. So far, I'm not. I'm actually from Germany, but I live in Scotland now. Background text instance focused indicator. No, not interested. I need to. Okay, I may have. You know what we're gonna do? It's fine. We'll step one further and we'll step into this one to see what it does as it tries to load a button in. Ja, ja, ich kann Deutsch sprechen. Yes, I can speak German. Relatively fluent still. Ish. I've moved away from Germany in 2006, so it's been a wee while. I occasionally still speak it, but it's very rare. So yeah, I guess we go and step through this now. Right, and I think the first thing I want to see is, yeah, we have our animation, which has 2 frames in the texture region. That sounds perfect. Okay, that's the animation, but we need to. Nah. But I try and keep it English on my stream because it's really more of an English focused stream in general, and I don't really want to exclude anyone, if that makes sense. Like, it would be, I feel unfair if I went and talking in any foreign language for that matter. Where is it we actually get? There's the font definition. This is where we need to get to. So let's go and step a bunch of times. Get this text instance instantiated. Okay, we now have text instance. Hello, Tamia. Hello, how are you doing? Here's my text instance. Let's there's the animations. There's the bitmap font, okay. Atlas text on 0, okay. I'm not sure if that's correct, but let's look. See, we have a bunch of characters here. Trying to see if they have like vastly different values somehow. I Can we not expand this line a bit? Is that nothing to expand there? Okay. 61905. They almost look actually the same. Like for the fact that these should be all individual characters, I imagine that their TV top, TV bottom should be possibly different each time. But we have a texture to D. Can we somehow extract that image like from just looking at the debugger? There's one texture 2D in there. Is that right? Yes. Yes, at that point probably. Um Yeah, so am I. So am I. I'm just doing this as a hobby and for fun. Font file is no? That seems odd. If I'm being honest. We have a background, but it seems like seems to me like something isn't right with. I'm gonna need to start from the top. The texture atlas. I know we've updated the actual definitions. Right, so let me stop this debug session. Right. There's the buttons, all this, and this is all adapted to the new texture atlas regions and containing a bunch of regions. Right. And again, product content fonts, which is asset fonts for us. Ah, wait a minute. I think I know what may have happened somewhere. Let me see. Do we have a load content in here? I think this ain't the problem, and it's. I think the options slider itself is fine too, by the way. Don't think it's happening here. I think it's happening one level up, which is in create the title scene. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Tell our son that all the time.
yeah, we tell our son that all the time, but sometimes adulting needs to be done.
Adulting is hard.
Adulting is really hard, but the reason I'm unemployed is because of mental health issues, to be fair. So, there's no, not where's create title panel for a sec. First actually load content. Maybe I fuck it up there already. Core content. No, this should just come straight out of our normal content manager. There's nothing special there.
Wait.
Content manager content, and then yeah, I don't think that's the problem. Oh, also, that sounds wrong. 2 seconds here. Let me try and yeah, that's definitely wrong. And so we load that normal through the content pipeline, but this is just coming from core content, which later we'll look at in a minute. So that part is fine. And the question is, does it actually see content for the image for the atlas definition? But I imagine so. We'll check that in the next debug run. So there's the start button. So this is done through animated button, which means there must be a way where it loads the font in here, which is right there. So let's revisit that. Exactly the same way we're doing it here. Fonts. I have a terrible feeling that me naming it assets broke something internally inside of either the GUM UI framework or even Monogame when it tries to do this stuff, you know. And we can test that hypothesis. What is our current change in title scene? Yes, that definitely needs to be fixed. Wrong autocomplete. I am due a break again, by the way. My goodness. Let me go and just quickly try and fix this. This is easy done, actually. It's not all that terrible. We need to first rename this directory to content, and then we need to take the directory again, where is assets, and need to rename it to content. We will need to delete that object and that binary directory. I'll have you recompile everything. Okay, and last but not least, oh god, where are we loading assets? This is going to be fairly early in the bootstrap. Content-based content here. So if we say that instead of assets, we say this is content, then this should just build Pretty much exactly the same. Let's test this quickly. But as I build and test this, or let clean and build it, I will go on my break. And remember, if you like, yes, I find that too. By the way, Godse, before I go on my break, it's part of the reason why I really like to delve into it. It puts me off in control of my own little world. Right, I don't have any influence about what's happening on the outside world, but this part I can control. Right. But anyways, with that, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we will see how this build worked, and maybe we will have fixed the inadvertent fucky wuckies and whoopsie doopsies. We will see. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. But no, honestly, this is exactly why I'm making this content. I absolutely love this stuff and could do this all day long.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mm, I think it all comes down to when you get a streamer and what they're doing. Maybe, I can't speak for others. I just love talking about tech in general. And yeah, while I'm doing this sort of stuff. Oh, by the way, we have success. I want to just make that clear. My mouse was on the other screen when the app actually launched, but yes, we actually have the fonts now properly loading. So you need to make sure to leave your asset directory content as it is default for Monogame to make this stuff work. But yes, options, and look at that, we have nice fonts everywhere.
You want to play? You play on your own.
I love this. This is so
You
cool.
don't even play with you.
Come here. And perfect. But I love that. Let's commit this. There's apparently a bunch of change. Yes, okay, so there's outgoing changes, and then we have basically the rename. So yeah, we'll actually do exactly that. Renamed assets to content. Let's go and format that a little bit. Since
No.
UI depends on this naming. This naming for fonts. I find that a little silly. Just a minute. Before I commit that, we built this UI thing. UI animated buttons, options, game scenes. We'll start with the title scene, okay? I want to quickly just understand how it itself bootstraps the content. Because if it comes from our content pipeline, why would it then assume a different directory? That this makes no sense to me. Base initialize. Initialize UI. And just create the panels, load content. This makes no sense. Like from file should have no dependency on the content directory. No, just content root directory, which should come back as assets. So who's making the call? Let me change yours. And by the way, if you join me on Twitch, you can actually listen to some music as well. Same music that I use for coding. This just makes no sense to me. Why it would insist on that content directory when we give it our content pipeline, which already has that directory set right. Makes no goddamn sense. That's just a general. I don't mind where people watch from. I just personally like Twitch more for interactivity, and I use YouTube as a backup archive because Twitch won't store as long as I like it. This makes no sense. Conforms. Is it? I have a feeling it's Monogame Gum doing this somehow. Can we? This is probably a bold assumption, but can we? No, we can't dive into that. Can we dive into Goo deriving? No, we have no headers available. Okay, would we just have to live with that? Okay. There is a Discord as well. I don't have the link, I think, available at the moment. Let me see if that works. No, it does not. So my wife basically has a lovely Discord where I have a little corner cut out in the in the bottom. That's all I'm needing. I don't need a whole community. But if you just want to join me, I'll dump the link in quickly. It's literally yeah, you do that, and I'll do just like that. That's literally my Twitch. I'm still working on getting my bot up again, and as you're saying, oh, we're talking about this. Let me Emacs quickly a patch enough documents bot todos.md something like that. I need basically a commands to be done. Sorry, that should have been in a hash. Two hashes even. Commands to be added is a Discord command. Twitch and a YouTube command, like for each way. Probably also a VODs or VOD command, something like that. Cool, cool, cool. See, this is where I use Emacs for quick text notes, stuff like that. But this, by the way, I think means we have finished chapter 21 finally. Right, it should look like this. Yes, it does. Hurrah! Let's go and sync those changes out. I want to do this again. I'm just so proud of the fact it's actually working. Come on. Yeah, a bunch of warnings. We don't care. Options. Turn the sound down. Nice. I love it. And so for this, we've got WASD working as well as the arrow keys. Oh, I love this. This is so fucking awesome. Cool. That is us going on to chapter 22. But before that happens, I probably want to make a new pull request from chapter 21 into main. Chapter 21 done. We now have a nicer UI implemented. GUM UI plus what you call it bitmap fonts something like that, right? Well, Wagwan, why you no working? Also, I had a question the other day. I'm going to just pull this to the side for a second here. Use my GPG keys. I'm wondering why it doesn't really sign my things when I do them on Codeberg and only the. Give me 2 seconds here. Wow, what?
You want to play? You get it. I'm not.
2 seconds here. Need to be fast for that. Okay. It was just verifying my GPG key. Is that what I needed to do? Also, let's do the same here. No, no, no. 2 seconds here. Good, clear. Okay, so we have now verified keys, whatever that means. But really what I was more interested in is when I do changes on the repo level from the website, it says they're not signed, and I would like to change that. But yes, we were good here. I will actually go and right now already check out to main. Okay, I'm not. We should have a, yeah, this is the new pull request here. Come on. There's that. Anything interesting here? No, I don't. I've had that working, but I'm not helping out in that. Go and show me the pull request. What's going on here? Codeberg's a little bit slow today. Again, this is like a voluntary company in Germany, in Berlin, actually, running, you know, an alternative to GitHub, and I actually love this a lot. So I want to quickly understand if me verifying my keys did something specific. Where is the settings for this repo? And let me see if I can change this default trust model again. If we say save settings, because this is where normally always got a yes, it was signed, but it was red, like it wasn't properly trusted or something. So that's something I'm just trying to see if we can quickly fix that. But yeah, and then we move on to chapter 22. Cool. Let me see what happens if I now go and look at our current push, current commits and pushes and whatever. So here's my pull request. Well, pull requests in general just now. And have a look. Und ihr das den Haaren untergehen wollt, oder Härchen starken stecken, ihr wollt doch auch das Blut vom Degen lecken. Come on, you can do it. No, they are not. Interesting. Signed by untrusted user who does not match committer. Out of curiosity, since I've just now gone and verified my keys afterwards, what does that even really mean? Like, Untrusted user who does not match committer. But untrusted user. How do I trust that user then? I guess is the bigger question, right?
Stop it.
Anyways, let's maybe put that on the back burner. Yeah. We're on main, and we just need to pull that, push the, close that pull request. But okay, yes, so that don't work. Okay, we'll go over her. No, wait. We need the pull request. They really are struggling today here with their service. Wow, it's really slow a little bit. Let's go and just for shits and giggles, want to very quickly go into. Do we have a we should have a readme. There. Sorry. Disclaimer. I may have strayed from the path, but stayed true to the purpose. Stayed true to the purpose. Right? Something like that. The reason I'm just doing this is I just want to see a change pushed out since I've done this verification thing. Heronico, thank you so much for jumping in and following. How are you doing? Thank you so much. Why you? Oh, okay. Fix. Make so. Do a Scheißendreck. Git stash. No, not got. Git. Git stash. Git checkout branch. Chapter 21. Git stash hop. That changes the readme. We go change readme for and giggles. Not gigglers, giggles. Push that out, thanking you. I'm a lot of times I'm just poking at things and see what happens. You see me do this a lot. I like to touch things in inappropriate places, even memory, but I try not to. This can close, by the way. Oh god, I pushed that on main, didn't I? What did I do? Uh-oh. I may have fucky wuckied. No, I feel like I've done the checkout first. We'll see. I see a button and I pushed it. No, okay, so I untrusted user who does not match committer. Okay, this is a problem for future Seb. I'm not even going to. Nope. I don't like the red, but we'll just not acknowledge it for now. We're interested in programming, not fucking back-end stuff. Although I love tinkering in that as well, but not, it's not what we're here for. Come on, Codeberg, don't let me down today. They've been actually really, really good the last couple of weeks. Like, so this is new to me. And yeah, okay. I think I did a change on main, but it's fine. Oh, this branch is out of date with the base branch. Oh God, oh God, I may have wanted to watch this button first. We're fine, I'm sure. Might have a merge conflict. Easy enough resolved. Like, it's not terrible. Oh God, I'm saying this with confidence, but I have not a single bit of trust in that belief. We'll see how it goes. Come on. Shall we just start trying to move on? We can just on offline. We can quite happily say, "Hey, where are we? We're on main. Let's go and do a checkout." Okay, Heronic. That's Gotzi, I take it then. From context. Into main. Okay, apparently that was merged. Get pull. Yeah, cool. Uh, are you sure about this? The file is there, thank goodness. Oh, okay. Don't toy with me like this game. VS Code, I mean. We can close a bunch of stuff here. Hello. Yeah, speaking of which. No, for good, no, I've done it again. I've fucking again. And that didn't work either, did it? What in this? Yeah, I know. I'm really struggling with this Firebot thing at the moment. Shh. It's fine. It's fine. No. That's what I was meaning to do, but I cannot do. This is fine. This is fine. I will try and do it again in a minute. But yeah, Uniquely Vonnie herself is a streamer as well. She's not a streamer today, but normally she streams every day. Cozy Games, Dinkum, Disney Dreamlight Valley, Timberborn, Moria, no, Return to
Moria.
Return to Moria, yeah, stuff like that. Bit of Foundry in between. But yes, let's just go, and we are now on main gate. Check out new branch, chapter 22. What are we doing in chapter 22, I wonder? We are now implementing the actual game mechanics. So I think we all understand roughly how Snake works. I don't know if we're all talking about the same generation, but I have played, Snake on the old Nokia 3210. But we've all seen this iteration of a game where the objective to have this longish character, you consume fruit or enemies or something, and every time you do so, you grow by 1 segment and you gain points. Right. So, but like, how do you actually do this in game? And this is sort of where it gets quite interesting. So we start off with a basic snake somewhere, and then we say, okay, we already have established the grid. Programmatic, we roughly know how many tiles and rows we have. So it's easy enough to get at any sort of position and say, hey, randomly from here, make a snake. as we move along, what happens is you essentially copy the head of the snake one forwards, or to the left or right, depending on which direction you obviously go, and then you delete the last segment. And sort of that gives you that notion of this body moving. And then as you consume one item, you just forget that step of deleting the last item and increase and remember how many segments long your snake is. Yep. At the front of the segment collection, remove the tail segment. That's your normal movement. It's like is the growth of a snake. Yeah, implementing the mechanics in our game. So we need a game controller. Okay. Did this work? Can I do this now? No, nothing happened. Okay, cool. Fine. Are you sure? No. Okay. Okay. But so game controller, check keyboard input and gamepad input. Yes, exactly. They do the same thing, and we can improve on that. I've always thought that. So we get our keyboard info, gamepad info from our core library, and we say move up, move down is essentially when either up was pressed or W was pressed, or the D-pad up was pressed, or the left thumbstick was up. Sort of thing. Like literally as simple as it is. We're just making those Boolean values. Hong Kyang, I probably butchered that absolutely, and I do apologize. Thank you so much for the sub. These are literally just booleans holding the button states, but for all the buttons across. It's literally as simple as that. That's yes. Let's just go and write that down. So first off, we go into core, and this is going to be you want the game controller in the root of the game project. Are you sure about this? Well, I guess I can actually see why you would do that. Yes. So not the library here in Slime Dodger. We'll make a new file, and this is the game controller, game master. No, game controller CS, and it is member of the namespace Slime Dodger. We make this an internal class. Oh, really? Public static? Sure. Public static class game controller. Yeah. Let me go and copy the documentation. This one we will actually go and type out just once or twice so we all are on the same page, and then we can copy and paste the rest easily enough in. So first we need a private static keyboard info and gamepad info. Keyboard info. Right, that should just automatically use our nice keyboard info, and okay, basically as a getter that says core dot input keyboard. It's an instance of that. Private static gamepad info should probably be exactly the same, except okay. Really? Okay, we only accept one player. That's how we're gonna do this at the moment. For dot input game paths need to know what's this? We'll cast to an int player index dot one. Cannot be used like a message gamepad. Oh, yeah, it's an array that we need to wrap that in. Yeah. Which gamepad are we referring to? That's why we're okay. And quite literally, the first thing we're going to do is have a public static bool move up, and basically we do a return saying keyboard. No, that was not the intention. That was meant to be camel case, as they call that. Keyboard, that's easier to identify. Keyboard info dot, was key just released, I think, or just pressed? Yeah, was key just pressed? Keys dot up. Right, that's just the very simple version. I would like to shorten this, so what we're going to do is we're going to take that away and add this as a using. And do we need to wrap that in the bracket? Apparently not. This is going to get a little ugly, but essentially we're going to say a return essentially was, again, a boolean, was up pressed or was W pressed, or now we've got gamepad info dot D-pad is was button just pressed. It is in a lot of ways, yes. And I think ultimately it's the extra pointer stuff that makes C++ look a bit more scary. And I somehow don't like this double colon notation for objects. Again, it's a personal thing. And I find it hard to read, personally. I find it much harder to grok than almost any other language, but C# just really speaks to me. And I know a true programmer doesn't actually care about languages, realistically, I think. Once you're at a certain level, anyways. Gamepad. No. Gamepad buttons dot. No. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm an idiot. Buttons dot D-pad up. Or I think this also was button just pressed. Really? That seems weird, but okay. I know what it is. I would not feign to ever read assembly fluently. I roughly know what some instructions do, like a move, add, sub, all that. I sort of get the jump, B and E, B and Q, branch not equal, branch equal. Like yes, but I don't think I could follow an entire program's flow through. much less make hello world. And then why replicate effort if I can just and this is buttons left, thumbstick up. Sure, let's go and format that a little bit nicer. That's now a bit easier to read. That's literally how move up works, right? Move down, move left, move right. You sometimes find yourself having to do a lot of almost code repetition, but it's not really because you're obviously catching different cases. So, you know, how do we catch trying to move down? Keys dot down, keys dot S, D-pad down, and left thumbstick down. Also, then we will move left, which is, you know, the A. So left, A, D-pad left, thumbstick left. Obviously call the function itself move left as well. And then this is move right. So move. Oh, no, just D-pad right and left some thumbstick right. Boom. Go and do your formatting. Move left, move right action. That is easy enough. And then how do we do pause and action? We'll just copy that in, but very similar, just to more of those. Oh, excuse you. Excuse you, that was my end actually. I fucky wacky that slightly. And the only difference is I didn't name the S's, I just the minute they've got an underscore in front of them, they're private for me. And actually, that's a good call. Why make it so complicated? Just call it keyboard and gamepad. That should just trickle all the way through. Really. Basically, we're checking whether escape or the start button was pressed to pause, and enter or A on the gamepad for an action. Cool. For menu, like going into menu. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Now we're gonna get into the more interesting stuff. So where do you want this Dungeon Slime game objects? Okay. We want a new folder. And in here, we'll make a new file. It's a slime segment struct that we're constructing. So this, we know roughly how the outline should look. It's a namespace in part, and the namespace is part of slime dodger.game objects, and it's a probably public struct actually. Yeah, public struct slime segment. And we want the XNA framework. Let's make sure that it's available. So the vector 2 is available. Microsoft XNA X and A. Are you being funny with me, compiler? Or parser, I should say. We are on chapter 22, right? Let me go and stage this change and just say added game controller handling input in future. It still doesn't do that at the moment, but it's there, right? Um, I think this should build. I don't see why this shouldn't build. We haven't changed any of the actual functional code. We haven't touched any of that. We've made more stuff, but none of that should really interfere. Yeah, perfect, perfect, perfect. Do you now have awareness of like? No, well, okay, we haven't. Okay, but if I asked for vector 2, then you're not using the XNA framework. Maybe you will. Oh, it's yeah, you really are not. I should get something here. Okay. I'm just expecting code completions, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to close VS Code quickly. No. I get this sometimes in VS Code where the .NET stack just sort of hangs itself a bit. And it's not so much the .NET stack, it's actually, I think, more the C# dev kit in VS Code. But sort of easy enough to just restart and key where no definition found for vector 2. Let's just keep going. Why is it not part of the current? I think it's because we've never referenced to game object yet somewhere. I think this is what's happening here. Let me just, there's 2 more vectors. I will copy the documentation just because I am a little lazy, or I feel a little lazy today. We have another vector 2 called direction. Right, that's easy enough. And then public vector 2 reverse direction is a getter for a new vector 2. It's got to be a new vector 2. Whatever we're doing, it's got to be new. And we're basically taking direction minus direction x, comma. Right, just negating both types, both parts of the vector. Okay, that part I sort of get. This is easy enough. So minus direction dot y. Like, but that's I think all it needs to do. Ich halte dich fest. Blah 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 blah. Thank you for that. Yeah, so I've found myself experimenting with AI over the last couple of years, and I've noticed I wasn't learning. I wasn't understanding. And this is why I now came up with this sort of approach of me, you know what, I'm going to go on stream, and we're going to read nothing but documentation and tutorials to understand how to do things. And yeah, produce somehow a game maybe in the future. This is me just still learning Monogame, programming, if you will, C sharp, the intricacies of game programming, specifically the mathing behind it, vector math, new to me as well. But yes, thank you. That's exactly the point, though, that I wanted, this sort of new, this experience where I'm learning as you're looking at it. Do we need to just make a read only? I don't think I want to do that. So just leave that alone. You just shushed. Right. Right, and so yeah, let's actually talk about quickly about what a struct is. So, because this is something new that we've not done before. Structs are essentially a way of containerizing different variables into another variable, yes, but it's simplistic. It doesn't really want to do any functional stuff. It's just a way of containing, let's say, a car class, right? A car, a struct. In that struct, you would have something like what's the velocity of the car, what's the color of the car, and so that could be like integer values. It could be the name of the car, so that'd be a string. So you could have these mixed different types of what I call atomics or simple types, and you sort of bundle them together in what's called now a struct. And this is exactly what we're doing here. We have a vector 2, another vector 2, and a third one, all doing different things essentially, but nothing much functional is happening here. But we're holding this as a nice slime segment that we can just now make copies of and instantiate many children of. Interesting. It works best with value types like int, float, vector 2. Using reference types and structures can cause boxing operations that negate the performance benefits. So you shouldn't really use strings. So don't listen to me. By the way, whatever you hear me say, don't listen to me. Yes. I am absolutely. You can actually see me right now here pulling up the. This is the Monogame tutorial, and I have literally just copied as they do, right? And I like being explicit. I don't like implicit variables. You don't see me using var unless I absolutely have to figure out what type something resolves to, maybe. So the compiler or the runtime stuff in the VS Code will give me the hint there. And then I will make it explicitly typed, but I don't like leaving things just vector 2 without knowing, is it internal, is it static? Sorry, static doesn't matter. Is it internal, is it external? I like this sort of knowledge at all times when I look at anything. Yes, this is a publicly exposed thing, even though it's implied. Implied knowledge is lost knowledge to me. Like the minute you imply knowledge, you're not passing that that implication on, and something becomes lost there. That's just my way of thinking about it. And now we're making an actual slime, which is probably just another game object. Cool. So say thank you very much. And I like often commit little. Slime segment struct. To hold position and velocity information. Oh god, my typing is terrible today. I don't know if you know Soaring on YouTube/Twitch. He likes to say source code is the best documentation. So the more explicit you write your source code, the easier it is to read. N'est-ce pas? Like, and yeah, let's go and push this out as chapter 22 because that's the branch we're working out on now, and then we're making a new class in a minute. Oh my goodness, that time already. So, for those new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour, gives me a chance to run some ads on Twitch, get a stretch. This is tiring work. My brain needs rest too. I I feel I may need a refresh on my brewski, but I will deal with that as we have a break, right? Um, we still have a minute, I think, to quickly. Yeah, okay. No, no, this slime ain't easy. This slime is now gonna do actual stuff. So I think this is actually a good time to take that break quickly. If you guys just hang in there, give me a like and follow and subscribe if you want to, is always much appreciated. And by the way, if you have any questions later on, hit me up down in the doobly-doo. I answer every comment. And yes, I will be back in 3 to 5. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. Let's actually get a bit moving, a bit arise. Yes, I'm taking you all with me up, 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 up. Uh-huh. Huh. Nice, nice, nice. See, that's the sort of confidence I wish I had, but no, There's a reason I use a managed language, because I don't feel confident doing memory management. I just know somewhere deep down I will forget a free or something, after after a malloc, and just everything goes to hell, and I will never quite understand why, because I'm just not that deeply minded. And this is sort of why I like the managed language. It abstracts all that stuff away, and yet it does give me access to pointers if I need it. But I don't think, unless you do like hardware programming, maybe, that there's really any need to, unless optimization possibly. I can see it where if you need to do really, say, mass scale calculations, and you want to really optimize the heck out of that, this is probably where you then would refer to pointer math and try and optimize that memory space. Smart pointers? What? I've never heard of pointers being smart. I thought the pointer was smart because of the person using them. Probably for kernel programming as well. Yes, you're right there, Heronico. Absolutely. Again, yeah, because you're going to touch my memory spaces, right? So you're going to need pointers at that point. Absolutely. See what I did there? Sorry, that was terrible. Anyways, we are still working on game objects. We are making a new game object called a slime. Yes. Namespace. My brain. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I see the reference somewhere that I don't like. Oh God. Fuck it, fuck. 2 seconds. I know what's happened. That to me. It's not you. It's not you. God, where was it? Lachen ist nicht mehr gesund und bald. Yeah, here, Slime Dodger UI. And options slider has the same problem, because we literally just dumped the entire file in there. So this is that. All right, okay. I mean, there is a thing as over-optimizing. Absolutely, you shouldn't even look at optimization realistically, in my opinion. Once the product is sort of nearly done, and you're then really trying to, get more and more performance out of it. While you're developing the actual thing, you just go and do your thing. I don't know. There's also something about the syntax of C++ that I just find hard to grok internally. C# to me, when I read it, when I type it, everything makes sense. I know where syntactic errors are, even though it sometimes takes me fucking ages to find a missing fucking minus somewhere, It's the usual, or a semicolon, whatever. But yes, so whoopsie. We're gonna, and here's the most perverse thing of all. I don't just use the .NET building system. I actually use a makefile system. So, shh. This might actually fail. I shouldn't have done a make run. Yeah, yeah. Like a lot of it feels very C++-ish, and I think that was obviously the intention as well. I just feel it's more. Yeah. We broke. We need to do redline debugging now. Any redline. This is not Dungeon Slime. This is. Shut up. So that is now title scene. A few naming issues. It's fine. Game scene, title scene should now be fixed. Make debug. Just make a debug build. But to be fair, what I do with the make files is for me essentially just orchestrating. I'm still underneath running, .NET Build, .NET Restore, all that. It's just the way I orchestrate all of that into smaller commands for me, rather than having a bash script that even I will look at a year later and like, the fuck was I doing there? Like, okay, we are building. We're back in a good form. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's get back to the actual development of more features, which now we need a slime. Slime dodger game objects. You should be. Why? Yeah. Yeah. Objects. And then this is a public class, just simply as that. Let's maybe, document. And by the way, this goes as far as me producing documentation. I will let it just quickly do this. Make, oh god, serve docs. Should just run up a quick Python thingy and expose it here on localhost 8080. Fully Doxygen generated documentation. Yeah, it's essentially game development, yes, but I'm really ultimately interested in physics simulations. But that is a big step up by the time I want to go, by the time we look into this sort of physics I want to look at. So, we need to start with very, very simple systems. And for me, the sort of game engine came to mind. Now, I don't want to go and reinvent the wheel. Yes, I could absolutely bootstrap something from SDL or, God forbid, Vulkan. Specifically, since I'm on a Linux box, right? I should probably be doing Vulkan, but yeah, Heronically, that's what blah 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 was saying on YouTube as well. But it's sort of game development. I used to actually just do, I want to call it tool programming maybe. So if I was having, say, a repetitive task on my Windows or Linux box, it's like, no, 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 no. Let's script this somehow. I don't even know when exactly I ran into C Sharp, but it was fairly early on in its development. I would say sort of .NET 2, 3, and then, went through the whole change of .NET Core, and now .NET 8, 9, 10, love it all. Yes, 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 yes. I've seen a few of his videos, all C++, very, very talented man. Journal, quite interesting to watch his game development stuff, but every time I look at his code, I'm like, I wish I could do this, but it's beyond me. I cannot grok what I'm seeing, even though most of the words make sense, but it's the syntactic sugar around it that just throws me every time. That is the problem there. But yeah, so, I am making a good effort to document everything as I go along. What do you mean with imposter syndrome? So, just for context, by the way, I am born and bred German. I've moved to Scotland in 2006, so sometimes you see me saying or hearing certain phrases, I'm like, not sure what it means. Heard it before, but I can't say I mean truly the meaning of it. But yeah, just showing we have generation of documentation going on as well when we need to. So we have the class for the slime, and then we need some fields, and this is essentially movement time, okay? A constant value represents the amount of time to wait between movement updates. So I assume this is sort of limiting movement between frames in case we're running at more than 60 frames per second. Ah, well, my Scottish is so good because the first year in Scotland I basically spent watching a local TV series from BBC called Still Game with subtitles enabled. So, and the subtitles are written exactly as the Glaswegians pronounce it. And so that helped me a lot. But well, my English is good because we start taking English in school in Germany at the age of 12 at the very latest, sometimes a bit sooner. My father was very international businessman, and so we had a lot of phone calls coming in English. So I had to pick up my rudimentaries very early, and then just through school, and then spending the rest of my life since 2006, as I say, in Scotland. Right, okay, I get where you're coming from there, blah, blah, blah. Again, this isn't just down to one particular coder or anything. Like, as a good example, I don't know if this actually still exists. Let me go and check quickly check. I was playing around yesterday. I was like, just talking to myself. What would it take to maybe get something game engine-ish for C++ that just allows me to wrap up a lot of the graphical nonsense? Because um, did I? Yes. Here's a project. Let's just put you on a side burner for now. Hyperland, by the way, using Hyperland. So doing all this and not only that, look at my GPU setup. Look at my GPU setup. I'm actively using both an NVIDIA 4060 and my internal iGPU for my top screen when OBS runs uh, on a Wayland desktop compositor with Hyperland on top of it. It's hideous. It's painful at times, and it is glorious. I love it. You were born in 2006. Wow. Well, no, 1979 for me here. Yeah, Kashi Hyper, nice. I imagine you probably run AMD as like a smart man would, right? Right? Like. So but we were talking C++, right? Let me go and fire this up here in code. Uh, And this is literally just the main file to start a very, very simple game. Scan for kits. I want to use Clang. Oh, NVIDIA. Okay, cool. But like, let's be honest. Since they open source the drivers, I don't have any real issues. Yes, you tweaking to be done. Like, let's be honest. Hyper on NVIDIA was funny as fuck, and then plus the iGPU shit that you have to go through and the things you have to end. I would give it a shot, like if you're interested in C++. But basically, for me to get this added here, just at the end, was already like 5-10 minutes of just randomly typing things and trying to understand where I would get the right style for to call this video, sorry, this window context. Like nothing about this felt instinctive to me to find through code completions and code hints. Right. This could be an SFML problem, blah blah blah. You could be right there, right? I wish I had access to Hazel, but yeah, I don't have that sort of money to go tier 3 on his Patreon or anything like that. And the self-rolling, I God, do I really want to? Now I've done an OpenGL tutorial type thing. I think it was even SDL Raylib. Like, do we want to speedrun Raylib? Like I've heard of it, and I think you can literally make a game window like that, essentially. Like we've got time today. We can experiment a bit. Like I'm not married to just staying in one infrastructure. We like let's just this is what I like to call it, and Soling likes to call us as well. I love that expression when I heard it the first time. I was like, yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. Recreational programming, right? um, so yeah. Now I did try this in C sharp, and it's actually painful because of the wrapper around it that you need. But let's actually do this in its intended natural habitat. Excuse me. Excuse me. Windows installed. No, please, no. I'm sorry. I've had a journey and a half to move away from my daily driver Windows setup for streaming, gaming, and all that. And I'm now learning, Linuxy things. And really, one of the things I think of when I think like C++, or Linux, or graphics, really Windows installer. Just but yeah, example. But I want to also figure out how to make it work. Right. I know
Put that away.
how easily in .NET to add a new NuGet package, get the reference in, and I start using it. Or if I made a library myself, how to get that in. Right. No problem. C++ has always puzzled me a little bit. I want to say it's always been a little bit. Oh, how do you do like dependencies in that? So I guess examples, yes, and maybe no. I want Gesundheit. Let me wiki this maybe. Do we have working on GNU Linux? Well, we have all this. I know we have all that. Oh God.
Actually, no.
Oh God. Oh God. I mean, I have X-Wayland. We will probably get away with that. I think we'll actually get away with that. Most of this should actually be already installed. Okay, I'm trying to express this in a nice way. There is something deeply disgusting to me when I install a library like that, and then I want to redistribute it. How? For me, it makes more sense to somehow have the source living next to, sorry, the dependency living right next to the source somewhere. If that makes sense. I understand that it's the very easy way of just getting these dependencies in, like apt makes it so easy as well, but does that make sense somewhere? Like when I build a piece of software and I have a dependency like SDL or Raylib, I want to be able to somehow package the whole thing up later on. Yeah, I would literally have either a Git submodule, could be one way, right? Where you just check out whatever extra library you need, have it built through CMake. You could probably chain that nicely together. But or even call it third party, right? Quite happily. But something that then bundles the whole thing up, which is why CMake exists. But this dependency on me installing it in my system and then trying to distribute it seems alien to me. Is somehow makes sense in there? I may be talking absolute nonsense. Like, correct me if I'm wrong on these. Like, so yeah. So first off, sudo pacman yes, I'm reinstalling It looks like they're all just getting reinstalled because we already have them all installed. So no, there's nothing to be done. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. As a template, building library manually. Okay. By the way, WLAN protocols development, libcommon development. Shall we try and find these quickly? Oh God. So sudo pack man ss. I hate always saying that for the search in Pacman. No, why? Okay, the reason I switched. Okay, let me try and explain this. I have a 4060, as I say. It's an 8700K, so it's not the strongest processor, but I've got 32 gigs, sorry, 40 gigs of RAM now. And frame rates in my games were getting worse and worse with almost every single Windows update that was sort of coming in over the last, I want to say, year or so. And then for shits and giggles, I had a bit of space on an SSD. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna. I just want to talk to him. I just want to have a little experiment, right? And I installed Endeavour. It was Endeavour OS I installed first time round, okay? And it has a lot of the stuff that sort of Cashy does already built in. And I was like, okay, Steam, come on. And then sort of one of my always painful games was Satisfactory. Like, really, I have the performance normally to run it quite happily. The minute I stream it, it just tanks really badly. OBS is also at fault here a little bit. But I was like, I'm just curious, right? So install Steam, it grabbed me Satisfactory, and I was seeing usually 70-ish frames plus on Windows. I was seeing 120 plus frames. I'm like, excuse me? Excuse me? I'm seeing almost more than double than the 60 frames that I need for my stream, so that there's plenty of performance left over for OBS, surely, right? Yes, ironic. If you can afford a dual boot, absolutely. Grub handles this very nicely. For your first time experience, I wouldn't use the Limine or Lamine bootloader just yet. That's more if you're really feeling really brave. I'm happy with it, and it's really fast and all that, but careful, just stick to Grub, okay? Just Grub 2, let it, if you're going Cashy OS, you get the choice, basically. And then desktop environment, if you like this sort of tiling idea and you're willing to learn, absolutely go Hyperland. It's the hottest new thing in town, if I'm being honest. But otherwise, I would just probably stick to Plasma. That's just my hot take. If you want something to just use for now and just figure out how to configure your system the first time, screens and all that, just get yourself something like a Plasma or even Cinnamon is quite good. I like Cinnamon. But right, don't make it hard on yourself the first time round. But yeah, so and then at some point I made that decision. It's like, and I was seeing actually ludicrous frames in some games, like 400 plus frames per second. I'm like, yeah, we're switching, right? Took everything I sort of needed and dumped it onto a big NTFS partition on my spinning Rust space. So I've got a bit of spinning Rust still in my machine for big storage. USB stick. Here we go, CashOS, and I spent about a weekend just fucking around with different desktop environments, different compositors. I had Hyperland once installed, so I liked it already, and I was like, but everyone really does i3, maybe I should learn i3. And I could not grok it. There was nothing in terms after the very first install to tell you, okay, push this button, this is how you do things. There was nothing there. I'm like, a lot of the desktop compositors were straight up not working because of my weird setup. Yeah. That's the cool thing. Blah blah. Yeah, you're right there. Um, but and then so the decision was made. I pulled the trigger. About a weekend of pain and suffering. About a week of sort of getting used to it with OBS and that. But I'm happy. Honestly, I wouldn't go back. I don't think you could actually pay me right now to install Windows on my machine again. Except for hey, okay, we'll call a liar. Okay, we'll call a liar. Um, he likes to know how long you've been programming. What's your experience? Uh, yeah, we'll call a liar obviously because I have a VM here. Um, And there's actually a purpose to this because I want to prove later on that once we've built a game or any piece of software that we can just actually compile it on Linux. This is always a point, and my make file is already set up for that. But yeah, build on Linux, just copy the resulting exe and whatever else we need to Windows and just run it. Right. And by the way, I'm running Tiny 11 with a heavily modified auto unattend that basically strips out everything. So we need to go and install a bit of Firefox maybe, and we'll probably need Git. We'll need .NET. Right. That's the one thing I can't distribute with my game. Of course, I'm not doing that ever. That's the whole point of .NET, though, that any customer just installs their own version and you just but yes, let's put you to sleep. Yeah, just save that state. Go away, go away. You can close you. But yes, we're speedrunning Relib. I'm curious, right? I'm gonna need Wayland DeBell X comment. I wonder if these names are. I'm spitting the ball now, and this is possibly gonna go wrong. Okay, that is why. So that's the first part. That was why that wouldn't work. But can we just try just one? What about Wayland Dev? Shit. Oh, nice. 2.5 years of experience. Nice. Yeah, but God, see, the experience will come with time, and like I wouldn't expect anyone to perform miracles, the same as I'm not expecting myself to perform miracles. You will spend hours staring at your code trying to debug it when in fact you just forgot a minus somewhere or you forgot a bracket somewhere closing off the wrong statement too early. Like honestly, there's actually examples of this on my stream VODs that from 2 maybe 3 streams ago where my bats as we were making them they were escaping to the top always, right? And so I was ending up getting a lot of vectors in the initialization going minus. That was fine. And as I was going through, I was not catching the fact that I'd never filled out the if statement for the Y checks. They were just empty. I was doing the checks, but what to do with that? They were just. And I spent I want to say about 40 minutes on that on stream. So, and this will happen to you, and it is normal, and it is expected. It's part of the experience. And I'm sorry to go on a rant on this, right? No AI can teach you this, and more importantly, no AI can teach you essentially what good code looks like, what bad code looks like, and what the code's intent is. Google tabs, absolutely. I mean, this is literally the Firefox I hope just for this stream. Okay. Just blah. But uh, feel like I should. Oh, thank you. I feel like I should have these libraries, but I know a way to do this a little bit more sane. Okay. I like UI tools as much as Nextguide for one reason, because it does make certain a lot of typing involved in trying to figure out the parsing for each thing. Just grab a UI thing, and I have Octopi. We'll make it floaty. So we're looking for Wayland Dev, maybe something like that. No, no, nothing. Within protocols is one of the things we need, right? Protocols dev is what we need. So we have the protocols, but we don't have the. Is it headers? You know what my problem is with AI, if I'm being honest? It's a regurgitator of all of human knowledge. Now the problem here is just one single part in the sentence. It's that human part, because humans are full of bullshit half the time. The more they are on the internet, the more so, unfortunately. But right, does that make sense? Like we've been feeding these machines now our decades worth of just bullshit. Right, and yes, there is always good advice to be found on the internet as well if you know how to look. Right there, right. If you know how to look, like, come on. It is not for me a reliable source of truth in any manner of the way. What I like doing sometimes with AI is learning a little bit about a subject. So something like this, maybe mathing, I don't get it because I've had very minor high school education. It breaks it down for me maybe into more simple ideas. Like, okay, yeah, cool, I get it. Okay, yeah. It's sort of like discussing something with someone, but I still don't know if I would trust it with production code or any code for that matter. And we've even had an example where we've actually generated something for this project in AI because I just hate the VS Code JSON stuff. Right. But yeah, so Wayland docs. Come on, there must be Wayland utils. I don't see anything that points at actual like headers or development stuff. There's documentations. Okay, Wayland integration, dwayland. Oh, error handling and polymorphism, nice. The way I like to do error handling, and at least in C Sharp, and then people may frown upon this, do good exception handling. Right, if you set up the right loop outside and then say, okay, listen, if we're running into errors, go and bring them to me, and then we can output nice messages, and then inside you throw nice messages to start with, depending on what's happened, it works beautifully. And then the best debugging tool, by the way, is always logging. That's how you do also your error handling to begin with. Whenever something can go wrong, make sure you somehow output the fact that it could have gone wrong, but even if the result is good, if you do debug logging, then even output the yes, it went good. I am honestly confused about this. What it wants me to install. I feel like we may be able to just get away with this. However, we do need to or pass glfw Linux enable Wayland true as an argument to make. No, CMake. Well, this is how we're going to pass that one. build Relib using CMake. Sorry, make. No. Using CMake, yes. I have CMake shushed. We clone it. We yes, make a build directory, go into it, and CMake the content from previously. No, I wouldn't use make, by the way. Yes, there's something like that. I think one of the scarier things in C++, by the way, I'm just sorry, I'm trailing off here again, is std.io, stdlib. That's just such a massive headache, and the stuff you need to include there. Yes, absolutely. It's probably one of its greatest strengths. Absolutely. Um, so let's just see we were good here, okay? Um, right. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. This isn't part of repos. So the way I've split my workspace apart, basically, repos is projects I build that I work on, or a template I pull and then maybe try and make something from. And then there's apps, which is stuff that I pull from repository, but that needs building, but that I just run, like Orca Slicer maybe, or what's another good example here at the moment? Firebot, Equibot, stuff like that, like stuff that needs building maybe locally. Anyways, we go and give me this address here, please. No, just give me the address. I have my own way of doing that. Take, no, not tech. Take, English, motherfucker. Do you speak it? Yes, grab Raylip. Well, that's sort of how I learn blah blah. I use existing things or tutorials that I see and follow along, and then try and change things. Or I don't like how this works. How would I do this different? Like and most of the time I break stuff, but that's how you sort of get at what do I need to do. Oh, nice. Well done. That's good to know. Like it's hard at the moment. um, let's go. Raylib. Oh, we're already in Raylib. We make cd build, which brings us straight into there, and then cmake. I would like to quickly know before we just do run like a cmake. Is it C flags I need to pass in? This guy here uses this, so that just gets passed in Raylib is using. So yeah, I can just use that parameter. Okay. What was it now? What was it? Arch. You were talking about Wayland. Where is it? This guy here. GLFW build Wayland on. Is that right even? Because that's looking different than um hmm. I'm the same. I have no color sense because I have a bit of color deficiency as well. But like, I really just have no clue. I'm too logic minded for that, and just there's no creative spark in there. Like, I love this stuff. I love looking into things. I love taking things apart. But ask me to draw a nice person or a nice figure or something, you'll inevitably end up with a poorly drawn stickman. saying that, we actually have that adventure ahead of us as well. So the plan is actually when we go and do the Godot tutorial, we'll do an asset flip at the same time. So I'm gonna have to learn a bit of pixel graphics maybe or something. Oh wow. So I'm gonna just say C make. And yes, G Ninja. I like the Ninja build system rather than make for outside builds because Ninja automatically counts how many cores you had and just fires in. And then I think I need to do the D and bump you in there. So you make that and off you go. Oh, that was it. That was quick. And it found the Wayland stuff, by the way. Nice, 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 nice. So that looks promising. That means I should just be able to ninja this. Go. Right, I'm sorry it takes a little longer for me to do this sort of stuff, but this is all still fairly new. Linking examples, Raylab build. So let's have actually we have Midnight Commander. Let's just use it. It's a little bit more convenient. So Raylab include. Okay, here's my header files. This is probably all I need. If I'm being honest, just need those includes, and then you would basically be good. I'm not sure about those last two steps here, by the way, because that would install this somewhere on my system again, and it sort of takes away the exact purpose of me having it separate out in a separate. It always is. Yeah, you're right. But I'm honestly sure. Let's try this out. Let's just try this the fuck out. Let's go and where we apps no. Repos. Excuse you. One back into repos. Oh, there's a dot at the end there. Sorry. And make cd. Yeah, we don't want I don't think I want a template for this. I think I want to start from scratch. So we'll call this hello Raylab, right? Oh no, no breakpoint there, please, thank you. Go away. Shall we go for now? Just go like this. Go in here and do a new code window. And we'll probably want to like touch main.c pp. Gotta touch my pp. And then as an example, I would, and this is to make my life a bit easier, I'll do this in Midnight Commander. Yeah, my puns are always terrible, by the way. I should have warned you. We go up here, we go apps, we go Raylab. And here's my thinking, right? If I go into Raylab include, right, and just make a link into actually no, why not just call it include? I'm just curious. Let's just actually do this. Reason being, exit this. Could we? I mean, we now have the include there, right? Can we just go and say, oh God, is it the hashtag include? I think this one needs to be in quotation marks, but if it's in the system, you do it in the in these brackets. I can never understand, but I think it's this include slash what name you got? Just relib h, right? Just see if that works. I know I'm touching it. I'm touching the PP. I'm sorry, the CPP. Int main don't really care about parameters, I think. For now, we'll just do a return 0 or, return 69. Then let's look at the documentation. We have installed it, okay? Don't care. I've installed it, I think. We'll find out. The wiki. Just I guess you just show me here this really quick step, but I don't want the whole main C. No, but we're touching our PP here. It's CPP. Yes, you heard that right.
I get banned for that shit.
It's a cheat sheet back on the side. Cheat sheet. Ah, you dirty fucker. I know I said code is the best documentation, but holy shit was with this wall. Initialize window and OpenGL context is probably something I should do, but I feel like we may need a little more than that. I mean, oh no, it's there, config flags. Don't even need that. We can literally init window. Okay. Init, no, God, if I could type. Init window width 800 by 600, and probably can we just do strings like this? Is C++ nice like this, or do we need these weird character things? Hello, novice, reworld, exclamation mark, semicolon, save. It's a void, so it doesn't have a return. Don't care about any of that. Okay, so let's do a bit of drawing. Okay, I can sort of get behind this. Let's maybe we'll do a while. Is wait, oh, window should close. While window shouldn't close. Right, that makes sense. We should what? We should do begin drawing. Okay, this sounds familiar, by the way. This is essentially from like me just roughly translating. This is us doing a sprite batch begin. Okay, just that we're clearing the background once we've done the drawing. You can do strings R values. So in C#, and then this is where you're probably going to have to guide me a little bit. I could do something. Oh God, is a string a thing? No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. What does a? It's a const char array. So I just need to make a character array, right? And we'll call this title. No, apparently not. Structured binding declaration. Oh, include string. Oh, okay. So more includes needed. You see what I mean? Like this is something that just comes with the language in C sharp, but it's fine. It's fine. I'm gonna learn. Include. Std idle use no string. Oh, okay. So far we haven't touched std idle. I love that already. And then do std string. Yeah, I know underneath it's just a char array. Like I know that. Did
No.
and I'm sure I can initialize it right there. I'm sure that's a thing. Novice Ray World, or even let's say call it Raylib World. And so in C sharp, I would do something like dollar, right? And then I could basically have the variable in here called title. Now, obviously, this is not a thing. Printf, shit, oh god, this is where it's already. Like, how would you? Is there a way, or could you do you have to? You could possibly. Right, the one way I could think of is right now. Hello, if this is a thing. Title plus and then some other string, like so. Like that's one way of do. No, it's not. Is this because missing space, or do we need to construct this out on the outside? I'm just curious right now. We'll call this full title and make it this. So you would let me do this, and then I could just do this. I mean, this is uglier, decidedly, if I'm being quite honest. But okay, let's just continue going for a second here. Okay, a bit of drawing. We have the title in there. We're now doing a clear background. And how do you go colors? It's just a magic variable called black. Where are you coming from, I wonder? Define black, see literal. Do we have access to the definition of that in Raylib? Okay, cool. We have colors. Go away. I want this will do. Just to have something different. Missing. Oh, missing. Thank you. Oh shit. Is this how you cast? Oh. Cost to implement incomplete array type const car is not allowed. Damn it. Right, okay, cool. That is sure. See, I'm already struggling here because even the types are they're not different. They're I suppose better protected maybe or less wrapped. Because again, .NET sort of abstracts a lot of that away. I wonder if I could just make this instead a const char array. No. Missing initializer. Does it need to be a new something? No. Yeah, absolutely. It's statically typed. I know that much, but a C array would. God help. A string of C characters. C char. C array. What am I doing wrong with the array then? So you're obviously not happy with that cast. Fair enough. What is it you're expecting? Show me again. Let's return this to a std string. Oh, another thing that's gonna trip me up. Const char character. Why pointer? Why a const char pointer? What in the? I mean, sure, I can do the cast. But I don't think you would be happy with that. Okay. What is the arrays in C++ have to be wrapped in lists? So what I want to do here is const character array need to be initialized like this. I think this should work, by the way, to initialize it. No. No, maybe let's just not initialize it. Okay, let's just take that away for a second here. Char. No, I definitely want a semicolon there, but it just. Oh wait, I need a title. Name it. That's idiot me. But no. Missing initializer. Which I was giving you. Missing initializer still. I mean, I don't need to do this cast, obviously, if we're doing this right, but he's just not happy there. Need a const char pointer. Yeah, because then the string falls apart there. So, see what I mean? Like this to me is already completely out with the what I would expect to be doing in a programming language. Like string concatenation and passing it in as a title into a window shouldn't be this peculiarly hard. Brackets remove. So. Oh. No. It's a conversion error. He doesn't like a string there. Wait, is it? Do we need to wrap it like thusly? No, because then you can't do string concatenation. Possibly, actually, wouldn't you? Just hold that thought for a minute here. I want to try something. We're gonna go all nope, all the way to changing this to a literal like this, and just need to tell you that you are also now a const char pointer. Why that way? But sure. No. Why you know? Value of type int cannot be used to initialize a const. What int? Why would you see this as an int? That makes no sense unless you can't use these. It has to be double quotes. Make it make sense, please. Okay. Clear background, and then we'll make it draw text. Yeah, I'm not doing another string fight. Honestly, no. $200. Oh God, that. God, my typing right now is atrocious here. Let me delete comma. 200, 200, 20. Quite sure. And then we'll just do an end drawing because we don't have the wabbit that they want us to do. We don't need a wabbit because we don't want to follow the white wabbit. End drawing. Close that, then unload texture, and then okay. So obviously that return needs to go away because if we return there, nothing else is going to happen afterwards. Okay. Does is it just me, or is that already so complex that you're introducing so much friction on something simple as handling text? I mean, I'm sure you would probably once you actually sort of got that memory model in your head, you maybe have a click moment where it then works, but I don't know why I did any of this. I was just following along the the red line essentially, red line debugging again. It just like again, just it is what it is. So when do now close window, and we do our return here. I haven't done any CMake stuff. Don't really need it here. Can you just run and debug this? No. Why? Fine. I don't want to fight with you right now, VS Code. Yeah, they seem to also have different approaches there. Okay, thank you. Okay. Give me a. Apparently, we're just gonna raw dog this on the terminal here. Repos ray kilo raylib. I imagine I should be able to just clang this. No? What? Why I? Oh, Yes, because we need to touch our PP, not just our CPP. Our C, I mean, shush. Yeah, of course, we can't do any of this, right? And we can't do any of this character shite. And then I think it's also not found our include. I think the linker failed. We may have an A out. I don't think so, though. No, we have nothing. I may need to tell Clang actually how to find that. But just the string stuff alone, this much friction, and it didn't even work, even though my IDE says, yeah, you should be fine. Next to the function should window close. Explain. We init window, right? This is another resource. This is literally just us loading in a texture. Didn't care about that. While window should close, begin drawing, clear background, draw text, end drawing. Boom, done. Unload, close window, return. Right. But like, for me, the point here is this has been already so painful to even really missing a bracket. Oh, window should close is a function call. Yes, you are correct in that. No, that is indeed correct. But I don't think that will resolve, by the way. No. Also, still linker errors. So the linker still has no idea where to actually find this damn thing, even though I'm literally telling it, listen, I have an include directory right here next to my source code. Go header, I include, go do. Anyways, I am due a break before I rant anymore. And remember, if you like this sort of content and you want to see me more experimenting and all that, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we shall experiment some more. With that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So yes, let's do more science. No, well, it's not really science, but for science. So we're not going to make these const card pointers. We'll actually make them string and see how the behavior is then, right? And say, of course, we enclose these in the right brackets as we should have done to begin with. Okay, already eat no happy. Multi-character literal with 6 characters exceeds in size of 4 bytes. But okay. More importantly, though, it just will not let me use that variable type in my init window call. Can we cast it from there? Now that we roughly know what the type should be, const car pointer. Oh, not car, char. I said pointer. No. That just seems like all so painful. Because then I would want to obviously do this here as well. Right? I've made this string and I want to say, hey, I maybe want to use this in this drawing as well, but like this makes no sense to me. Let's ask maybe question C++ string to const char array. Like seems to be a common question. So we have a std string here, which is being a const in that case. Interesting. What? I know it basically is a pointer at the address of that string, but this is, for me personally, too many hoops to jump through to just deal in text. I mean, they have other examples here. That's the quick start. Where is examples? So we need to make them const. I'm not just going to copy that from chat quickly to try and parse what I'm seeing here. Like with some highlights or whatever. Our name is now something else. Of course, camel case, but Returns a const pointer to null terminated constant. Now, I know every string and value in, is it just C or in Linux in general, but it's null terminated. That's fair enough, but why? And this is still not really happy here. GCC is still complaining. But if I could test that, then just say, hey, we enter test and test it. It's accepting that as a value, of course, because we've now defined it as exactly the value type it wants. But that just seems so ow. And then it's still not going to link, by the way. I think we can just something L. No, I guess lowercase L for sure. But is it just include? Excuse you? Yeah, I did that wrong, didn't I? I'm sure I've seen this before. I'll put main CPP. I mean, I'm just gonna make the counter argument here, okay? New console, use program main name quick test, and we'll output it to exactly there. Right. Won't even grab code for that. Literally, we'll just say, hey, go and give me the, was it program CS, right? In Emacs. I have a title here. Okay, hey, cool, let me go and make an internal static string of name equaling to be Seb. We have done string manipulation in less than, I would say, 10 seconds. Does any of this make sense why I don't like all this complexity in C and C++? Like, I mean, granted, we haven't actually called a relib window, but we couldn't even make that work in C++ because it wasn't seeing where to get the graphic context from. Just saying. And yes, I am getting very, very sidetracked here, but let's do rf slash. Let's please not. No, I don't think this is a problem with Raylib in itself. I think there is just this beginner friction in C++ that makes these simple seeming things really difficult. And ultimately, yes, I absolutely agree. If you put enough time in and understand the memory concepts behind it all, you'll understand it and it'll come more natural to you. But it seems a lot of friction for just me dumping out something stupid to learn. Right, I think this is sort of what I agree with as well. There, blah blah blah, is that learning curve and this sort of very little hand holding, and all the power for the people that can literally grok it like this. But I cannot, unfortunately. Hello, really, let's kill that as well. We are actually going into learning Monogame. We are on chapter 22. Apparently, let me actually open this as a workspace. Thank you. And make see if we can do any make debug. Does it build? Does it ship? I'm sorry for that slight distraction there, or big distraction as it were. Very enjoyable, but you know, it sort of proves my point that for me, this just works.
Stop.
John Class. That's such an in-joke that, but and you know, we may find ourselves along my journey in the future where I'm going to look at that and say, yeah, oh yeah, no problem. Bum, 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 bum. Right. And since you were mentioning Python, Python is too high level for me, and more importantly, it doesn't ship what I consider distributable code. The source, I'm sorry to say, is not a distribution. Right? You don't distribute your product in source code. You just no. No. Again, just one of my pet peeves, I suppose. Python is actually great in sketching out programming ideas. It makes all that friction with all these different concepts really go away, and you can just quickly bundle something together. But when you then need it performant and you want it distributable, you need to go and find yourselves an interpreted language, no, sorry, not interpreted, a compiled language that result in some sort of, even if it is an IL binary, so intermediate language binary, but something that you can distribute as a package and say, here, go take run. Hey, Tunal, how are you doing? Yes, free as in beer, but also free as in thought. Unless we get our age verification. Oh my God, have you guys seen what System D is doing? Oh, just let's not. Otherwise, I will get ranting. We are now currently working on the slime. Let's actually go and make some progress here, shall we? I really did get distracted there. I do apologize, but it was actually worthwhile. So these are the fields that the slime has. Let's quickly look at those. We shan't need you at the moment. Go away, thank you. Oh, okay, you just don't like that formatting at all. Go and fix it then, thank you. Time span is going to need your system. Vector 2 is going to be coming from XNA framework, please. The list is in collections generic. I forgot. Slime segment, we do have that. Hey. Are you sure? Game objects class slime. Where is slime seg? Oh, I did a whoopsie doopsie, and maybe even a little fucky wucky. Naming is important. Oh, thank you. Yes, I've been making a lot of streams, not so much videos. Um, for me, YouTube mainly is a backup slash archival solution for all my VODs. But I have also recorded things in the past. Might come back to that. Das ist eine Reihe mit sechs Zeichen, Hello in vielen Ausdrücken bei Funktionsobjekten wird Array automatisch zu Constant. Okay. Let's thank you for that, Cotton. Gotzi. We'll even do I'll translate it to English quickly. Gosh darn it! I now deleted the project, but it's easy enough to bootstrap. Okay. I want to quickly think this out and maybe understand it because I absolutely love the effort you guys are putting in to guide me through this journey. Honestly, it's fucking amazing. So make cd hello raylib, go into it, we go and touch. We're going to touch the main.cpp. We're going to touch the pp, of course, and then we're going to say emacs me the main cpp. And we'll do and include strings. I think that's what it was called. We'll do int main don't care and paste that now. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, I need to go and format this. So let me. Our AR is an array. Is array with 6 characters, right? In many expressions. Let me go on expressions, i.e. in function calls. In function calls, the array becomes const char pointer. So this is how you're supposed to do that. Shall we try that? Right. The first thing I'm going to do quickly and make our lives maybe a little easier for just now, I will go and jump into one further app, apps raylib, build ninja install, actually sudo ninja install, and sudo ld, oh god, need the documentation from raylib again. No, don't need those. What are you again? Don't need you either. Raylib, you can stay. Here's the quick start. Include raylib h. But I needed to also see quickly about the build. Right. Linux user changing using your 2 seconds here. Templates, don't care about the templates just now. Where is working on Linux? 2 seconds here. Dependencies. Building cmake. Sudo ld config as well. I need to as well run as well. That's what I was looking for sudo ld config. Okay, let's go see if I can find the example now. The raylib. Const char. So it needs to be a pointer. So we'll call this string 1. Okay. Um, Examples, I think it was core even. No, that's too far in. They would point on the address of the C array, yeah. Come on. There was a good example somewhere, really simple. Yeah, and they've even got a zig chain. Sorry, I find that nice actually. That's cool. You know the problem I sometimes have when I found certain documentation, then I close the tabs again, and then trying to find certain part of a documentation again is yeah, interesting. I want to say jump to code examples. That's what I want. Well, I guess this is our first example then, right? So let's keep going here. So we'll do another include, and this is raillib.h. Okay. I would like to see if we can push this a little further than just a single string. String 2 is something like this, and this is novice rail world. I'm gonna keep this around just for me to remind myself every time I look at this. I'm like, why are we doing this? I don't know. Do we need void in here? That seems weird. I must see it in the example. So I'm just gonna follow it. I don't understand the language enough. Yeah. There's all sorts. But okay. This seems actually doable. Okay, const end screen width is 800. Let's do a return 0 at the end, and then this should ugly and then make a point on that. Is that just for because of the documentation? I don't understand why. And then make a pointer on that into what, like. And then a pointer, so what? Just gonna leave that alone for now. The first thing I want to quickly understand is, would this build? Without me telling you anything else, just where I want this. Oh yeah, and oh god, I'm in the wrong place altogether. My God. Are we now in the right place, please? Oh, thank fuck. That could have ended badly. No. Strings file not found. Is it string? I imagine that's probably a me. No, God, not. Needs an explicit size. Must be an initializable list. So yeah, none of this worked straight up. That's already interesting. So let's go and jump back in and say this is what you said, and say hi in here. Nope. So that's how you can do that for a constraint, but why the pointers won't are not working. Wait a minute. Are we string one is can we no. Yeah. I don't know, it's exactly as per example. Or is it does it not need to be a const? No. No, it's a const car. Well, what you mean? Explain, please. As far as I will led to believe, it doesn't actually matter whether the star is a character or at the actual variable name. It still means the same thing. It's just syntax. It just looks syntactically different, but it compiles into the same pointer. When you make a variable, you do. Then yes, I understand pointers are memory addresses. That far, I am with you. We're not dealing in ints here, but sure. Then an int star pointer. So let me see if I understand this right. So we need to construct something like string one pitter and a pointer, and that is obviously then dereferenced from string one. Right. Let me follow that thought through. Then again, we have another pointer now to the other string, const car pointer. Sorry, to string two pitter being dereferenced from strings two, string two. Now what? How do we assemble this now into, let's call this here the full string? I imagine this should actually build. No, it doesn't. Initialize a type const with an R value of type const. Oh no, I think that this is a me. This is a me. I think it needs to be also. No. It's not R, it's full. Yeah, I think this is what we've done here. Let me, this is probably a little bit small, right? Let me Control X, S, X, C, and close you, and oh, open like so. Don't save, nothing. Right, we have main CPP here. It should probably, like, VS Code is gonna make this a bit nicer. Okay. Like, I'm just hear me out. Hear me out. Full string pointer. Also an array of it dereferencing the full string. I don't like that one. Why no? Initialization expected for aggregate object. Oh, for fuck's sake. Const car array high. Yeah, const car. I can't initialize these like that, apparently. Length of no full string dot length. Come on, tell me it has a length property as a string. What was it called? Count? No, it's not in the point of error. I don't understand any of this, if I'm being honest. So basically, every time you make a string and you want to do anything with it, you need to count the amount of characters. Length of is what I'm looking for. I think. No. No, size of. Size of. Size of. You can't know the size of yourself without having content in yourself first. Yeah, no, it's fine. Like, but this much friction just for strings. Why? Why? This is fucking insane. Well, I can't use C strings or C++ strings, so. Right, let's quickly for a second go with the next const in screen height, right? Just to this sort of flesh out what's actually being what I want to achieve, because now the next call is init window, right? And then here we have our screen width, we have our screen height, and I want to pass in a title in here, right? So they say, you know, just give me a string like this, some hello Rayleigh, whatever, um, and call it Gucci, right? I want to be able to construct, and let's do this again, just so I'm not being stupid here. Actually, maybe let's just mark those out for a minute, and we're gonna say I want to construct a std string, okay, called title, and I want to possibly construct it out of multiple strings, but for now just one, right? Just one, and say, hey, this is my title, okay. Right. This to me right now, if I'm being quite honest with you, it looks the same. I have a string, okay, character array, fair enough, enclosed in two double quotes, same as here. It's not the same though. The minute I try and just dump that title in there and say, hey, this is what I want you to do there, it no. I can't convert from a string, a std string to a const char array. All right. Now let me follow one thought through though. If I now said we have a const char array, it's a pointer to a const char array essentially, okay? And call it title pointer because that's what it is. It's a pointer to the title, and say I want to dereference the title. Then I'm already getting moaned at because the value of type string cannot be used to initialize an entity of type const char array. So I can't even make a pointer that, like, I was hoping to maybe, you know, feed this a pointer or something. No, right, I'm quite willing to believe, hey, I could tell init window, hey, I'm just going to give you an address of where I stored my string, and we're going to put this very loosely, this term. Just look up that memory address and you'll find it. As a matter of fact, title pointer, right? So that part works. Right, it's actually happy to say, hey, yeah, but I can't do the conversion. I can't get that pointer here at the moment. Really? Std string pointer, which comes from title, and new. Right, we're dereferencing here, so this should now be an address of the title, but the init window just says, no, I need a character pointer. And then you could probably do the, no, C string thing. Is that a function call, I take it? No? No. But this is so much friction. In the initial window, you mean a dereference, probably? No. Can we just dereference the title itself then? I mean, I guess we could try that. Same problem. No. No. Alright, we can try the title pointer again. Without referencing or dereferencing it. Right. Again, I think that the point I'm making here, it shouldn't be this difficult. It really shouldn't. This should not be a friction point. Dealing with just strings. I mean, this nonsense I can actually sort of wrap my head around, but it just seems stupid, right? But let's just for now ignore that and just have it exist up there and say, okay, we'll call this for now just hello relib. And when we see another title in there, we know we've been successful in doing something else in C#. Now we set target frames per second to 60 because nope. Then we have our main loop while window should close, well, it shouldn't close really, but sure. Begin drawing. And drawing, we can just say that here, right? Clear background to gray white. No, let's actually do dark gray. I like that idea. And then we'll do the text. Draw text. Draw text. Yeah, I did. I tried that here. We're literally just grabbing the point on variable itself, like title pointer, and just not. And okay, we're gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna show you the different ways of trying this, right? If we just give a title, it complains about no suitable conversion find from the std string to a const char pointer. Okay, well, let's say star pointer. It shouldn't work, right? When no, you can't do that here. So obviously something dereferenced. Now, a std string pointer is incompatible with the type of const char pointer. So those two pointer types are incompatible as well from each other. But okay, but let's fret not. We actually have, the title pointer itself. Let's just give it that. Exactly the same argument conversion problem. Well, let's dereference that then, right? Because we really want at the address. No, you can't do that. Because now it's even saying it's a std string pointer. I don't even know if that makes sense. But none of those variants have led to a result where I can get these two std strings and do something with them. Like use them here as the actual title. I know a pointer on a pointer, like what? Should never be a thing. Like when you hear yourself saying that out loud, you should just run away. um, And drawing is not happy. Why is and drawing not happy? Oh yeah, draw text isn't finished. Yeah, sure. Draw text. Oh God, I want some text in there. Let's try for one more shits and giggles to say hey. I'm gonna give you the title, right? Comma. Where do we want this? Comma 190, comma 200, comma 20, comma Ray White. That's what I want to use there. Okay, let's look at what blah blah says. Make a const card title. Right, 2 seconds. So the const card title. Let's just we'll call his title charge, right? And we'll take title C string. We'll turn them into C string. And we're working from C++ to now go into C. What? Why? Is this must be a real thing that it doesn't understand the modern C++ stuff, I think. And then put title character as the init window on title. So let's just and there we go. Now it's happy. And drawing, and then when we're doing this, we'll say close window, and we return 69 Gucci Tamaguchi. Nope. While why you no happy expected? Oh yeah, because I'm an idiot. There we go. Really, really. I mean, but I think the point about friction does stand a little, right? Yeah. No, he did call that. But maybe more importantly, we may actually end up with a clang main CPP. No. Oh God. Unrefined reference to set target FPS begin drawing. Sorry, I mean, it's just well, G++ even and say main CPP. Got to touch that PP. Main. No, just no. Undefined reference to set target FPS. Did I mess up my writing? No, I don't think so. Undefined reference to init window as well. Yeah, but then you know you get libraries that you want to do things in that then still force you to learn that shit. Um, let's go and have a look. Can you please just feck off window? Oh, honestly, this every time it's being shown, I don't want it anymore. I want you away, please. Go. Yes, chat, go. I said away. No, go do this then. Uh, No, but a linker still no happy. It's just not finding any other references. Shall we try GCC again, or G++, I should say, in that same, nah. And I have, gone and installed Raylib just as a reference somewhere. Let's just for shits and giggles. It's just for experimentation anyways, right? It doesn't matter. Apps, where are we? Raylib, build, Raylib include. So make a symlink and I mean, okay, so I suppose .NET does this through the project file, so yes, fair. Um, and I suppose we should have CMake do this for us, really. Let's see here. Man G plus. Oh, actually, I wanna man clang. Can you not search? Oh, you're in the wrong window. Search log file. That doesn't sound right. Oh God, go away! I did things. I think it's / no. Help. Search / and then whatever you're looking for. Okay. Um. Link. No. What was it? Library. And then no. Oh God. God. How do you keep searching? Repeat previous searches. N. Okay. Q. Compiler runtime library to use to. We don't need to care about the runtime, the std library. Not the runtime library either. That's for libgcc or whatever. As a matter of fact, where is the source code? Let's just set up quickly a project here. Yes, exactly here. This is where the source code is, where to build the binary. They're going to be built in build right. Actually, maybe let's tu das nicht. Ist das sei? Sorry, floaty. Configure. Yes, but we're not done. We haven't got a full configuration yet. You don't even know what's going on here, do you? Not a CMake build, missing CMake cache. Yeah, we're not. It's been a while since I've done CMake. Oh shoot! I may need to. Oh here, hello. I didn't see you there. Damn tiling window managers. The generator is going to be Ninja. Right, that's fine. I don't really care. Yeah, but isn't this how you make a config here? It's CMake GUI. It literally comes with CMake. Whether you build it from scratch, well, if you have Qt and all that, but CMake GUI just comes with CMake. It's just part of the distribution. I'm just a little out of my depth at the moment and trying to parse what we're. This is fine. What entries are those? What is this? Path, file path string. Oh God. Yeah, maybe I should start exactly there. That's a good point. Oh, touch. Got to touch CMake lists, txt. Yes. Let's do that again. See if you are happier now. Where's the source code? It is right here. Choose, and it goes into build. Yes, search, entry. I guess we know file path. No. Environment. Is there anything important here? No, I don't think so. Let's just configure. Okay, let's see. We have now more to configure. Yes, I want Ninja for now. Just go into something went. Oh, I think it did it actually. Okay, CMake build type and install prefix. Mm, no, maybe yes. Yeah, I guess we can. We if we want to install it, it can go there. That's fine. Generate. Okay, if we go and check out build, then we have yep. Let me quickly RF anything in here. Yes'm. CMake, Gninja, don't need any extra build stuff, go do. We have a successful build, it seems, except for. Oh, yeah, I haven't actually built the thing, Ninja. Damn it. No project command is present. Top level CMake must contain a literal direct call to the project command, add a line of code as such as. Okay. Emacs CMake lists. Yeah, it literally has nothing. Hello, really? No, okay, good grief. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Why is Simegui not doing this for me properly? I expect it to behave differently. Oh. Oh my God, I'm overdue my break, aren't I? I'm just noticing. Just one more time quickly. Let's have a look at this. Yes, this is fine. I don't expect there to be anything different. Options. There is another UI that I'm at the moment not remembering. Oh, thank you. I hope that's an AI response because it definitely deserves to be. Only joking, by the way. I am only joking. I make bad jokes all the time. Wrong location. Minimum required project set CXX standard required on. I imagine either like one of my first approaches would have been, oh, I can't remember which project it is at the moment. I'm just going to ask AI quickly. Just give me that boilerplate. Just don't tell anyone. Or I would have actually know. Oh wait, this is a CMake project. Let me go and grab the top part. That's all you're going to need right now. um, let's quickly try one more thing. I am so overdue. It's fine. RF star. Let's kill this all. Yes, and then CMake. Just like this, exactly where we are. And as a matter of fact, maybe we don't even need to say who we want to generate it. Like just give and show me. We now have okay, yes, a make file. Why don't we just maybe make nothing much happened, I think. Make was make all. No? We know successful. Let's look this up afterwards. I will quickly go on my break as usual, 3 to 5 minutes. If you like the sort of content, like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff down below the comments. If you have any questions, I will be back soon. And with that, I am back. Oh, okay, something else. What else we got? Set CMake prefix path. Okay. Yes, we can do that. We can do that. Thank you so much for all that input. every little helps right now. Let's go and this we should be able to just say go and grab that from /include. Before project name, okay. Project name is hello, yeah, hello raylib. Executable main CPP. You can, I think you can even say what you want to call it. Then do find package raylib config quiet at executable main CPP target link library. Ah, there we go. That's the one. You are an absolute hero, blah blah blah, for getting this far. Just need to quickly format this, obviously. Hello raylib, we'll call the executable, and it needs raylib. Okay, find package add executable, which means we shan't need this one because we do the. Okay, this is how we're saying where to find things. Then we name the project. We define what standards to use for C++. We try and find. I don't know if I want quiet, but it's fine. If it fails, it fails anyways. We're going to get a message, right? And then executable is from main CPP. That's where you're going to find your source. Try and compile from there. And then your links are from there. That sounds reasonable enough. Configure failed. Okay. Can we just say user local include? I think that's where it would be. User local include. Try that. Nope. Let me rmrf star. Yes, I'm just out of curiosity what CMake's gonna make of this. CMake. I wanna. Okay. Getting rid of name and project. Oh, thank you. Yes. That makes sense. And then target link libraries is cannot specify link libraries for target hello raylib, which is not built by this project. Target link libraries is the target. This is the target. It's literally the same. Add executable. Oh, should be project name. Oh, right. This should be basically hello raylib. Okay. We have apparently a successful build. It did something, but also it moaned at me. I may have fucky wucky some code. Yeah, look, we've got an extra S there that doesn't belong. Where is CMake? Thanking you. Configure. Run. Suppose Clang plus plus. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Damn it. What is it I wanted here? Where is configure this? Okay, build it. I think we may have a Hello Raylib. And we have a game window. Okay, this was a little painful, but if we think about this like from where I came from and what we've tried to do here, and then the amount of pain I'm putting myself through trying to deal with strings, you know, this could have been probably a lot shorter, but we indeed have a game window that's actually quite cool, right? I mean, yeah, that's sweet. Like, I know we were working on Monogame, right? I know that, but shall we just? I see more tutorials. Shall we just have a bit of fun here? Let's say use. I feel like we're gonna jump into a little bit of C plus plus, and maybe that's exactly what I'm gonna need. Just a bit of exposure to the language a bit and its paradigms to get more comfortable, right?
Mhm.
And yeah, actually, let's talk about that blah blah. I'll thank you for reminding me that when we look at this, and let's pull. Do I still have that wrong directory? CMake SML project. If we go Emacs and go and grab its main, no, is it? It's under source, sorry, the main CPP, and just fling it open here. This object-oriented stuff, yes, and this is how what C++ is obviously all about. Um, this was hard to read, and yes, we had probably I would have had similar issues with the title, although we don't actually know that. Um, I have a terrible suspicion. Just out of curiosity, quickly, what is window presenting this at as? You use my Clang compiler, please. Oh no, it's the same. It's a const char, so I would have had the same issue there trying to figure that part out. But this all felt a bit weird. And like next to each other, this looks a lot cleaner and easier to understand first for the first sort of call. Yeah. Although I would imagine that SFML gives you a lot more tools straight off the bat. Um, you know, to just deal with graphics and what have you not. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But it's just I mean, the bouncing balls. I feel like, but bouncing balls. If we can get some bouncing balls, uh, like this, then that'd be already cool. And maybe we can sort of play around with that a little bit. Um, I like the screen size. We're just gonna leave that like it is, and I want to try something now here. Okay, since we're not using this pointer here, can we maybe go and say stitch string full title is always with the double colons? I would say so, yeah. Go Raylib and then SFML, and then yeah, once SDL3 is actually proper ready, I think it's still in development, right? And if something in the back of my mind there, I may be wrong. I'm just curious about, could we do something like title plus some other string? And will you then let me say we can use that full title? And we have actually somewhat of string concatenation. Okay, hello was relib, and we'll just put the 3 exclamation marks there. With brackets instead of equals. Something like this. Why, if I may ask? Just curious. I'm willing to do it. Is the same true for the const char pointer? Oh, okay. I'm using the wrong brackets. Oh, for the love of oh, for implicit to prevent against implicit typing. Okay, sure. I'm all for that, as we know. I've established that earlier. So yes. I'm going to just ask the question sillily as I am. You do the same apparently there. It, I guess I can get used to that. This is sort of this reminds me very much of C# getters, where you would basically do something like const. No, not const. But yeah, say you had a string, you would call it some string, but you would actually derive it from private property. You just say, hey, this is actually coming from some string private, you know. It sort of has that same notation for me where it would look like this. It's sort of initialization of an object rather than its association of a variable. But okay, cool. Now we're gonna start doing some mathing. Let's just put that comment away because maybe I will have learned that lesson, maybe not. I don't know. So after init window, we say, hey, we're making an int of current FPS. Oh, wait. Probably should initialize this for myself like this. Right. You want it like this? Sure. Sure. And then we have a delta circle and frame circle. Oh God. The speed applied to both circles, vector 2 delta circle. They're doing something similar here, but it's oh no, it's because it's a vector. They do have an equals there though, so wondering why. Yeah. It does. I will agree to that. It does. So initialized with 0 and a cast to float of screen height. Okay, this is gonna just come straight up from the relib library, right? Screen height divided by 3.0f. So that's how they initialize that. And I'm just wondering if there's syntactically a difference or not, having the equal sign there or not. because I am sure if I did the same now for frame circle, just not even, that's exactly the point, just do it like this, semicolon it, and said I initialize it with 0 and a cast to float from screen, also screen height, okay. Screen height divided by 2.0 f, oh, sorry, screen height times 2/3, 2.0 f divided by 3.0 f. Okay, okay. And like looking at my how the automatic formatting does this, that's not even my default. I haven't even got a formatter downloaded. It's just how it saves or how it formats when I close certain statements. I'm not sure. I suppose syntactically, it's actually more apt to say it's actually this version because you're initializing an object of frame circle with those values, right? So I can see just that being a thing. I'm just following instructions here at the moment. I'm literally just doing the cast right straight up like this. I don't see any big includes here. Makes sense. So let me try and finish this bit of code off first before we go into the advanced stuff if we can. Because wow. Right, so we have the frame circle defined. We now no, this is store the position for both circles. This has got nothing to do with speeds at the moment. And then we go the speed applied to both balls, circles. Circles, balls, same thing, right? This is a const float speed equaling 10 float. Sure, can try that as a starting value. Const float circle radius. No, I don't mean to be dismissive there, but I think you can understand with me just literally jumping into this language now the first time proper. It's there's enough going on. There's enough moving pieces. So and then we go back into our normal game loop. We begin drawing. No, not quite yet. My God, that's not happening until quite some time later. Okay. Adjust FPS based on mouse wheel. Thank you. Thank you. I sometimes don't even intend to be funny, but just funny shit comes with my mouth. And you gotta swing, you gotta just go with the punches or be absolutely horrified by what comes out, but it's fine, it's fine. Float mouse wheel is get mouse wheel move. Okay, function call makes sense. And then we say if mouse wheel is not 0, which makes sense if there's any velocity on it, essentially. We say, hey, go and make a new thing where we say current frips is added to the current wheel velocity. So that's an int cast. What's this mouse wheel? And then if current fips is less than 0, probably, right? And if we're not supposed to move, then we'll probably want to do something. Then we'll actually say, hey, current fips is actually 0. Like, prevent going lower than 0. And gonna make that do that there, and then also do that after the if statement there-ish. And then we'll make a delta time calculation. Delta circle, sorry. Circle.x gets added to, my god, what? Get frame time times 6.0 f times speed. Okay. Delta circle x and frame circle x gets an not equal treatment times speed. So a bit literally showing the difference between how a circle would move with different frame times and how it would move on a fixed frame, I think. Fixed frame time. Okay, and then we'll do a reset. If almost tempted to actually do a reverse. Let me see if we can pull that off. Just in my own understanding. So if delta circle x is larger than screen width, right, then they're saying basically delta circle x is set to be 0. Not mad. Welcome in. It's going well. I'm just learning a little bit of C++ as a side project. We're actually working on me finishing my Monogame project tutorial. But I got sidetracked because of YouTube chat. It's all good though. I'm enjoying it. How are you doing, my friend? So if do we actually have decent velocity? We could set speed negative. But then I would need to repeat that. Well, yeah, at the moment I'm literally following the relib tutorial here. But I was initially actually on Monogame, so C# is my favorite language. It's the one I'm most comfortable in. And then we were talking on YouTube chat a little bit about, how C++ is actually higher performing in that, and how I find it syntactically sometimes difficult to deal with C++ and all the abstractions that you're sort of not seeing because of C++, C# or any other managed language. And then we tried to just speedrun Raylib to just get it running something. And next thing I'm sort of now looking at, well, let's do another tutorial just for shits and giggles. So you're saying speed of the system is if it's FPS dependent means it's dependent on how fast your cycles can run along on the CPU. Python is a good sketching language, sure. Yeah, so the ball slows down as the FPS slows down exactly. Whereas if you do it by delta time, you have a consistent pacing between each frame, so you have a consistent speed for that particular ball. That's what they're doing here. But I wanna. I want to break this up. Speed 1 and speed 2. Okay, that's the reason. Because we can then do an inversion on the when it hits the edge. So that's your speed 1 multiplied frame circle gets speed 2 applied. That's the whole point. If delta circle x is screen width, then what we'll do is we will delta circle speed 1 times equals -1. Can I not do that? Oh, right, dot 0f. It needs to be a float. Excuse you? Must be a modifiable variable. Oh right, yeah. No, let's not do this const stuff. Let's not make it a const. It doesn't need to be. We want to play around with that. Circle radius can stay the same. Don't care. Right. And then they're doing the same. They're doing the same with the framed circles, so we're basically doing our same thing. So we're going to say, hey, if frame circle x is larger than screen width, right, then I would like you to take speed 2 and times equals at -1, so basically negate the speed. 1.0f float, and now we need to also take care of the opposite again. So we now need to say, hey, if it hits 0, basically we need to go and invert that inversion. It's literally just raylib.com. Go there. And if you give me a few minutes, I'll quickly dump this code on my codeboard. If you click the pinned comments link, you'll end up on the org level where this repository is going to live, and you can grab the CMake file as well. So let me just go and dump this in for now. That's literally just from there. But yeah, let me this can now go on Codeberg where we're making shit, right? Fuck it. New repo. Hello Raylib. That's literally what we're doing here, right? Learning C/C++, the Raylib way, I guess, right? It's not the hard way, it's the Raylib way. We're gonna learn it. Don't need a template for that. Initialize that Git repo. It is C++. Please, do we have something for Raylib? No, nothing specific. Well, makes sense because we're ending up with just a binary. Oops.
Not the ball. Get your point.
Just normal C in case. CMake. Don't want any stuff. And as usual, you will always see my stuff as unlicensed. So, feel free to go and have a gander at it yourself. Grab. I just like it. Okay, it's a small company somewhere in Germany. It works for me, and I don't have to deal with all the extra Copilot stuff. They have a little bit of CI as well, CI/CD. It's still all early stages, but this is essentially a bunch of volunteers making something that for me just works. No, again, open source is just my stuff. If I'm obviously using a library from somewhere, you need to respect that library. Simple as. Let me go and do a little bit of quick shenanigans. I will actually close you. Don't know why he's getting all excited, but sure. Let's do a take. No, actually, I want a git clone in this case because I want you to use my key and all that good shenanigans. Yes. Oh, Scheisendreck. We may. Oh no. Okay, all is good. Morpheus. Morpheus from the Matrix. I know him well. No. I just kid. Hello Raylib, my code, and where's hello Raylib?
Which before?
He's getting all excited again. Let's just move all of that over, kill you, and go into hello Raylib and say code, bring this out. And I will do a commit in just a second. Why are we pulling up two codes? I'm confused. File Raylib. I want to use Clang, please. But why is you open? I don't. Maybe save. I don't know. Oh God. Why no buildy? Oh God. This should be fine. Like compiler ain't complaining, or at least this guy ain't complaining. Let me go and check CMake quickly. If we say, hey, go and do a delete cache and reconfigure, I guess. So it looks like it configures. Can we build? Yes, we can. Initial commit with working CMake piplin. And as usual, all my commits are signed by my GPG key. Oh. Oops. And push that out, please. Let's check. Sorry, if I hear a good job, I just have to bounce on home. Is what happens. Let's go and rise up. I need a bit of a stretch. We're coming up to my next break time as well. But yes, let's all arise. Build and run button. Let me confirm what you're talking about. I'm sure you're meaning this here. Build the selected, launch the debugger, launch the selected target in the terminal window. I go away. Yes, indeed. That is actually quite cool. Which shouldn't this also be the same for F5? Yeah, no, fuck you. Well, default configuration. No. I hate Visual Studio Code's thing here, VS Code thing, like the launch task, Jason. This is all black science and black voodoo magic to me, if I'm being honest. So I will just get rid of it. Launch config not working. Get wrecked. Bye bye. And yes, sync changes out. But yes, the repo is up. Let me go and just change maybe, you know, our so unpin that. There is a new a new Jason who? And we don't joke about Jason. Jason is terrible. I mean, it's a more human readable format than XML, sure, but rated. So where are we? Yes, we were working on. Let's see if we can make this work. I was basically thinking of, oh god, it didn't even save our latest change. It's fine, I think, because I'm gonna just be able to say, hey, we can go and copy this a bunch of times. But if it's larger than 0, no, smaller than, smaller than 0, then, you know, we've obviously hit the left side. Check that condition. Oh god, again. I forget VS Code does that. But yeah, just do that again. And as a matter of fact, what am I doing? I'm sure this is valid. And I know this is at the moment the wrong circle we're working on in this case here, but just like that. Like whenever you hit either corner, negate the speed, so that either leads to a positive or negative velocity. Because if you times -1 something that is already negative, you end up with a positive anyway. So we can literally just keep doing this depending on, not even depending on just either side. It really, I think if I understand this right, this should work. Right. What else are we doing? Because we're not quite done. We can do a reset. And sure, that's literally just is key pressed. Okay, this is sort of very similar to what we do in Monogame. Keys underscore R, just with these. Okay, it's an enum. That makes sense. You would see this, yeah, very much so. Oh, not keys, key. In that case, we want to change the X position of both, but I think we will also reset the velocity to be a positive again. Right, delta circle X equals 0. Right, frame circle X equals 0. And then we'll say if speed 1 is less than 0, right? We'll just do that negation where we say speed 1. Oh, also, whoopsie doopsie. Almost wrong there. But, you know, speed 1 becomes inverted again, just in case it is negative, we will do it. And the same essentially for speed 2. Just making sure we rename accordingly. Does any of this make sense so far? Am I barking up the wrong tree here?
I have no idea.
um. So then begin drawing is then we clear the background and we I'm going to leave the text there for just a minute. Draw if I could type circle. Okay, this is a built-in function. Draw circle 5 or V. Oh, vectors. Okay. Fuck you. I'm not even gonna lie. This doesn't feel too different. I think once you get used to some of the idiomatics of C++, it's really not all that different. Data circle radius, and red line, red and blue. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So, whoopsie, delta circle. You just have a vector in there anyways that we've already created, and then we're going to say the circle radius, and we're going to say it's red. Do we want it red? I guess. I guess that's easy enough. And then we're going to do the same for the frame circle. No, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This is actually not all that different. Some help text, sure. Fuck you. Well, we're gonna need to do some more typing, and I see my favorite friend, the const char pointer. Help me. Const char pointer, and it's called the FPS text. It's well, oh no, it's a pointer. Of course, it's 0. It's not pointing anywhere. It doesn't have. Yeah. Okay. So far, I'm with you. If something, then do the thing. And okay, so we're saying if current FPS is small or equals to 0, we need to basically catch that. And what do we need to do then? Oh, that sounds broken. I'm gonna say in a minute why. Actually, we don't even need to do this. We can just break over one and then say FPS text is equal to. Oh my god, text format. Is this coming from Raylib? Who gave us that? That it's from Raylib. Okay, Raylib gives us nice things. Nice. Text format a string called FPS unlimited, and that sounds to me just okay. That's broken. Yeah. Blah blah. You're absolutely right there. It's literally that. It has a very similar feel, and a lot of this it just flows out of my fingers. Honestly, yes. Would I do this full time? I don't know yet. Give it time. We'll see. And then, oh my god, what? In brackets, percent I. Every time I see this, it breaks my brain. Oh, okay. I'm doing this also in the wrong place. This needs to be in the actual string. Okay, so this is how you do string interpolation. But you're not telling me what this I represents, okay? But you would then have a comma, I believe, get FPS. which is a function call. You just, okay, what? So I imagine %i just means we're getting an integer at that point. Interesting. So else FPS text is, let me break that over again into the next line. FPS text is I represents integer, yeah, and then I think S is for strings. I know that much, and I would imagine C is for like characters, F for float, right? Um, just out of curiosity, okay, uh, like something silly. I want to say another. I don't know if this is even possible, but I'm now trying to learn the language, right? Does this mean I would literally just give you another int? Like seriously, can I push this one further and say we're gonna even attach us? I don't know if that works. I think I'm doing it. I think I'm doing string interpolation and formatting in a way. I have no fucking clue, guys. um, we're doing another text format, by the way. Yeah. Okay, I didn't even look at this next line, by the way, because we're doing exactly that. We're making a string FPS colon $I. And we say we have a target FPS of another $I. And then our first int is get FPS. And the next one is apparently current FIPS. But okay, so we don't need to do this line. This was just me playing around. But yeah, okay, cool. I'm glad I understood something actually sort of fairly. I want to say almost innate. Like that felt actually quite satisfying to just sort of look at and like, wait, is this what I think it means? So we're now doing a couple of jar text calls. 5 of them actually, as a matter of fact. Can we please take a little shortcut and let me copy and paste now? Let me try and open that example again and try that again. Please just. Like every time a UI work comes out, I don't want to do it. No. No, wrong. It really is. It's such satisfaction to have that moment of, wait, I understood something. Let me dig a bit deeper. It's a beautiful moment when that happens. Honestly, I love that every time. Yeah, it is that as well. Um, and because I sort of have low self-esteem issues and bad past, yada yada. It gives me something that I normally don't see for myself. That actual sort of validation of, yes, I understand something. I am not stupid. I get this. This is me. So there's something just, yeah, highly satisfying. It's awesome. I think we can parse this ourselves easy enough without needing to. Oh God, I say that, and then I look at the first line we were supposed to type out after the FPS text. No, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I think what we're doing here, get frame time is going to return what? A float. And we're limiting that float to 2 digits at the front and 2 digits after the comma or colon, whatever. I think that's what I'm looking at here. And to be fair, you would end up doing something very similar in .NET as well, or C#, whatever. Like, yeah. And then you basically just give a bit of text, scroll wheel, change the FPS, and then you actually output. What? Wouldn't it be nicer if we gave you the actual numbers in here? There's probably nicer ways of doing it. Like I'm not just gonna do a very silly thing here. Where is my browser? I am going to just bring up my favorite AI, not for code. You understand? Not for actual code. What's the C# equivalent of this?